Ahora. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. This is the first annual International Teacher Training University Network Conference, hopefully the first of very many. So you're all very welcome. Thank you for joining us, the people who've joined us here in person and those who are joining us online. So in just a minute, I'll be passing you on to our first presenter, our first speaker, Conrad, who's very kindly joined us here in Madrid. He's come all the way from Geneva, so thank you very much, Conrad. But first of all, we're going to give you a small introduction to the network itself. So I'll pass you on in just a minute to my colleague who's going to talk about that. But first of all, I'd just like to give a very warm welcome to those who are joining us online from our network partner universities. So that's the University of Geneva in Switzerland, Durham University in the UK, and NHL Stenden in the Netherlands. So a very warm welcome to you and to everybody else who's joining us online. You're all very welcome this morning. So this network was started last year. It's a very new network, and hopefully it's going to grow quite a lot. So I'm going to pass you on to the person who started the whole thing. Her name is Eva Cano. She works here at Universidad Camilo José Cela in Madrid, and she's the Director of International Relations and of the Language Lab, and she's my boss. So I'll give you over to Eva, and she's going to say a few words about the network itself. Thank you very much, Eva.
Thank you, Claire. And good morning, everyone. Really, this has been a joint effort of everyone working in the International Relations Department and the School of Education of UCJC. And before starting off, I would like to give a special thanks to the person who just introduced me, who is Claire O'Neill. She is the person who has made this first annual conference a reality. So thank you very much for your hard work. This network, the International Teacher Training University Network, has the mission of being a higher education hub composed of top-tier universities known for their track record in international teacher training. The aim of the network is to be a source of inspiration, a source of knowledge to both its members and the educational community at large, serving as a reference point for emerging research trends, for example, for curriculum design, and for innovative teaching methodologies in international teacher training. So I don't want to extend myself, and I would like to give way and start with our first speaker today, and just wish you a very pleasant and inspiring event. Thank you very much for joining us today, and please feel welcome to UCJC. Thank you very much.
Morning, everybody. My name's Conrad Hughes. I'm a school principal and an author, researcher in education. And I'd like to talk to you today about assessment. We're going to take it a bit further than that. We're going to look at assessment critically. We're going to open it up and rethink it. Now, where does assessment come from? You know, when you go to school, you are assessed by your teachers. When you go for a job interview, you are assessed on your competences. If you'd like to drive a car or get some sort of certification or license, you are assessed. Assessment is the bread and butter of educational and, in fact, professional life. And you could say that we've been assessing human beings in different ways for thousands of years. But the specific way that we tend to assess students and professionals comes from the 19th century. So let's look back to the works of Edward Thorndike, the American psychologist, who did some fantastic and interesting work on feedback and on statistics. The work of Charles Spearman, whose theories in statistics are still used today in educational research. Alfred Binet, who designed the first intelligent quotient tests, IQ tests. These were made to identify children with learning needs. All of these thinkers have something in common, which is the following. The way that we assess human beings is by giving them a test, and they are asked to perform on the test. And the results of the test tell you something about what they know, what they can do. Now that seems pretty straightforward, but it isn't. One of the issues is, how do you decide who's done well on the test and who's not done so well on the test, and who's done sort of so-so on the test? Well, you need to take all the test results and you need to put them in a distribution curve so that you can identify top scorers, middle scorers, and bottom scorers. So if I give you a test and you all do very well on it, you might say that everybody should get an A or the same grade. But that's not usually the way it works. If everyone does well on a test, we'll still disaggregate the test takers from those that did really well, those that did well, and those that did quite well, so that you get that distribution curve. And this, of course, has influenced the way that we look at learning. The quantitative approach, which is a dominant field in educational research. Nowadays, if you want to understand educational research, you need to have a fairly solid grounding in statistics. And much of the findings that we have in education comes from test scores in numeracy, in literacy. So we see how well students have done, and we decide from there to what extent we would like to analyze those results. If I say that an educational method was successful, it's based on test scores. Pre-test, post-test. So I'll give a test to students before some sort of intervention, and then I'll give maybe the same test to students after an intervention. There'll be an experiment group, there'll be a control group, and of course, if you want to make it more rigorous, then you can randomize some of the sorting, you can make it blind. But it's effectively the test scores that will decide whether the intervention was successful or not. So we don't just look at something and say, oh, that's effective. We need to use test theory to know whether it was effective or not. Now, of course, this is not just about research. It's not just about statistics. It's about what happens in school every day. Because when students are going to school or to university, ultimately, what they're coming out with is a grade. An A or a B or a C or maybe a D or an E or an F or something like that. And so this sorting of students from top to middle to bottom is a very real reality that dominates what it means to be in school, at least from secondary school all the way up to university. And it's important because, of course, students take these grades with them to universities, and that will influence their future pathway. The way that they do at university as well will influence their professional pathways. This grading system is absolutely fundamental in life. So it needs to be done well. We need to make sure that it is of high quality and that we are assessing the right things the right way. But are we? One of the problems is that instead of assessing students, people, for who they are, we're often assessing them against other people. how much better are you than others who took the test. So in this room, if I give the same test to all of you, I'm interested in who beats who, who's better than who in the room. And if you think about it, that's quite a strange way of assessing human talent, because surely we're all good at different things. But if I give you one test only, and then I insist on taking the top 5%, I'm not really testing your potential. I'm testing how much better you are than the people who took the test at the same time. This is important because, of course, it leads to the ranking of human beings, but there are also ranking systems that will put universities in some sort of rank file, schools, institutions, businesses. There's this kind of obsession we have in society to rank, okay, from the top to the middle to the bottom. And unfortunately, what we have today in 2022 is many universities, and I'm thinking particularly of private universities, of universities competitive, or what we sometimes call top-tier universities. What they're known for is how many students they reject. Very high rejection rates. They're extremely selective. So there's a lot of pressure to get into these universities. And the only way you can get in, really, is by getting the best possible grade. Some universities are looking for more, but they all want the highest possible grade. In some educational systems, you have grading deciding the future of students from a very young age. For example, in the UK, there's a famous test called the 11 Plus, which is given to students at about 11 years old to decide whether they continue in one type of school or another. So you can see that this testing frenzy goes all the way into middle childhood. Some institutions are so selective that they've created real societal problems because of the anxiety and the stress that comes from assessment. Take technical colleges in India. For example, there's a famous one in Madras where the acceptance rate is so low, okay, it's at about 1 to 1.5%, that to get in, you need to go to a special prep school. And in order to get into the prep school, you need to take an admissions test. And in order to be ready for the admissions test, you need to be prepped to take the test. So you get prepped to take a test, to get into a prep school, to sit an admissions test, to get into a university, and then you have to come out of the university graduated, and if you get the top score, then you could say that you've been completely successful. Now, I mean, that's incredibly stressful. It's cutting out so many people that in India, it's caused high levels of anxiety, stress, and even suicide among students. There's a whole city in India that's dedicated to prepping students for technical institutions. So this is a huge social phenomenon and a problem that's been created by this obsession with testing. Now let's look at test theory a little bit. Everything okay for you in terms of the tech? Okay. I like this diagram. This is called the assessment triangle, okay? What you've got here are the 3 points of assessment that you need to consider when you're assessing anything and anyone. The first is the thing being assessed, the construct, okay? So knowledge of history or ability to perform well in some set of circumstances, understanding of a concept. That's the thing we're trying to assess. Then you've got the test, or what we could call the assessment instrument that you design. That will be maybe a multiple choice test, or it could be an essay that you need to write, or maybe it'll be a commentary or short item response, or it might be something more physical. You have to solve a problem, you have to do an experiment. So you design a test. And the purpose of the test is to measure how well you know or can do whatever it is you're trying to test. The third vertex of this triangle is your observation or your interpretation, your understanding of the results of the test, and what that's telling you about how well you know the construct. So if I want to know how well you understand history, I design a history test You do the test, and then I look at the results of the test, and this takes me back to how well you understand history. But you can see there's some problems here, straight away. First of all, how good is the test? How fair is the test? How valid is the test? Secondly, how good am I at grading the test? How reliable am I as a rater? And thirdly, how accurate are my interpretations of what you know about history based on the results in the test? So you can see there are lots of things that are lost along the way. And this takes us to what we call classical test theory, which is based on the idea that you can never really get inside someone's head. What you're trying to do is guess what's in their head, or guess what they can do, based on inferences that you make from a test that's been given to them, knowing that the test isn't perfect, and that the way that we assess the test isn't perfect. So there's a lot of attrition, there's a lot of entropy, there's loss of information along the way. If we could get into someone's head, if we could get into their bodies, if we could know exactly what they're thinking and what they're able to do, it would be easy, but we can't. So we create this test. And straight away, from what they can do to what they actually do on the test, loses part of the story. And then when someone comes and grades the test, we lose more of the story. And then when someone comes along and interprets what those results mean, we lose even more. So the big concepts in assessment, it's validity, reliability, and fairness. So what is validity? Validity is, does the test what it says it should? If I want to know if you understand history, would I ask you to run 100 meters? Would I ask you to solve a mathematical problem? No. I'd ask you to maybe comment on a historical text, or to say something about a historical cartoon, or write an essay in history. Validity is the extent to which you're testing what you're meant to test. And there are many different types of validity. We've got face validity, construct validity, criterion validity. There's even something called ecological validity. Now, I'm not going to go into all of those different types of validity, but the problem is you can never design a test that 100% tests what it's meant to be testing. There's always something else going on. For example, if I wanted to test how fast you can run the 100 meters, you'd think it's easy. I'd ask you to run the 100 meters. But then at what time of day do you run the 100 meters? Against which athletes are you running that 100 meters? How many times am I going to ask you to run the 100 meters? You see, all of these will influence your time. So I'll never really know what your potential is. All I know is how well you did on that 100 meters in time and place. You see? So this is a problem of validity. How valid are our assessment models? Second problem, it's what we call reliability. Reliability means if I am to do the test again and again and again with different test takers, will I get the same results? Or will the results be completely different? If I give one batch of students an essay and I mark the results, and then I give another batch of students the same essay and I mark the results, and then I give a third batch of students the same essay and I mark the results, is my marking reliable? Is it consistent? Or is it completely different each time? You would hope that as a marker, I would be consistent. But the problem is I'm not, because I'm a human being and I'm full of biases. I can get tired. There's what we call the halo effect. The halo effect, it's one of these biases, because you've got lots of rater biases, where because a student does something well, you think everything they do is good. And so you're sort of looking at them with positive bias. There's also something called the horns effect, which is because a student does something bad, everything they do is bad. So you look at their work unfavorably. It's not fair. There's something called item-to-item carryover. It means if you do well or badly on one item, then in the back of my head, I kind of think you're going to do well or badly on the next item. You see, I'm psychologically biased. We've even got something called grade cut reliability, which is when do I decide that an A is an A, a B is a B, and a C is a C? Is it at 75% that you get an A or 80%? Is it at 60% or 55% that you'll get a B or a C? How do I decide that? And will that be consistent through time? Reliability in assessment is being consistent and being fair. You ever get the feeling when your teacher gives you back a piece of work that they're not actually that reliable? That it's not so much whether you were good on the test or not, but how they were feeling? That you're not quite sure how consistent they are, what they're thinking? That's the problem with reliability. It's as much a problem with the rater as it is with the student. Because guess what? Raters aren't robots, they're human beings. Now you can get robots to mark pieces of paper, multiple choice tests, automized, computerized tests. So you take away human bias. But then the test becomes very wooden. It's multiple choice. It's something that is problematic because it's not allowing you to really express what you know. So you see there are all sorts of problems between validity and reliability. To me, rater bias is a real problem. Rater bias. As a rater, as someone assessing student work, am I consistent? Now, there are more problems with assessment and with the whole world of educational assessment. And one of the main ones is social advantage. Because what we know is that children who do well at school tend to have come from socially advanced backgrounds. They have books to read at home, their parents are well educated, their parents have got higher degrees, they have a support network around them, maybe they've got extra tutors helping them. That's why homework is unfair. Because if I give two students a piece of homework, the first one might be doing it at the kitchen table, late at night, with no adults around, whereas the second might have a parent serving the child, an apple and a glass of water and saying, is everything clear? Do you understand? They're working quietly in their room. Or maybe someone's helping them. You see, it's unfair. Social advantage influences educational assessment. If I want to reach potential, I have to control for the variable of social advantage. It means I need to design a test that takes away social advantage. So I'm not testing wealth, I'm testing potential. But it's very difficult to do. It's almost impossible with the assessment system that we use in schools today. So where does all of this leave us? Well, schools are wonderful places. A school is a place for human flourishing. It's a place where you're meant to spread your wings and fly and enjoy life. And if you look at schools, especially in primary and middle school curricula, you have projects, you've got creative work, younger children are having siestas. They're enjoying their schooling. And the mission of a school is usually about inclusion, it's about joy, it's about happiness, it's about potential. But the reality is, once you start getting towards high school, towards the end of high school, there's a whole lot of testing. And what preoccupies students, is my teacher fair? What's my grade? The pressure to get the right grade to get into university? Sitting in exams? Prepping for exams? Is that the type of school environment that is going to make young people happy and fulfilled? What are we actually trying to do? You get the feeling that we're still stuck in a type of 19th century factory model. So have a think about all that. You might have seen this cartoon, it's quite famous. It's a problem of validity, okay? I've got a tree, and I've got different animals, and I'm asking them all to climb up that tree to see who wins. The monkey's going to win, the seal can't climb up the tree. It's unfair. If you think about it, educational systems across the world are kind of like this, because not everybody is necessarily going to do well in maths, in science, in the humanities, in languages. Not everybody is necessarily cut out to do well in examinations, to sit in exam halls and perform well. So we're losing potential. We're losing all of those kids who can't climb up that tree. And maybe the tree is not the only thing we should be looking at. There are all sorts of other things they could be doing. So there's another problem with assessment. Let's think about the whole culture of assessment. Because assessment is culturally biased. the grandfathers and grandmothers of assessment, people like John Dewey, people like Maria Montessori, Lev Vygotsky, Benjamin Bloom, Jean Piaget, what did they have in common? Well, they're looking at ways of improving your cognition, your thinking. They're looking at ways of stimulating different parts of your mind, of your social interaction, and allowing you to grow. And that all sounds great, but it's premised on this idea that the individual, okay, the student, is there to improve. And it's quite individualistic. It's kind of about me. How do I go up Bloom's taxonomy? How do I progress in Piaget's stages of cognitive development? How do I explore my creativity and the choices that I make in Montessori's model? Now, Lev Vygotsky, the brilliant Soviet thinker in the 1930s, he came up with this idea of social constructivism, which is that he noticed that, in fact, we learn in a group, we learn with other people. But even Vygotsky, he doesn't really look at assessing a group. It's always about the individual. It's about how you interact with the world around you. So it keeps coming back to you, to the one individual in the room. And that's very much at the core of the assessment model that we've created. When you give grades back to students, it's like, I got an A, what did you get? They're competing with one another. It's competitive. It's individualistic. And that we need to change. Because the reality is, in the workplace, no one's working alone. People work in teams. So if we're working in teams, why are we assessing students alone? Let's kind of open our minds up and think beyond the Western canon of assessment. Let's think about, for example, Rabindranath Tagore, the famous Indian poet, who had a whole vision of education based on love of nature. So it's not just how well you can do on academic tests. It's about somehow creating an environment where students can explore nature and can love nature. That's about environmental custodianship. That's about a better tomorrow. Maybe that's a model that we should be developing in schools much more. Amadou Hampateba, this thinker from Mali, talks about ancestry. He talks about the importance of respect for elders. He talks about an educational model where you learn by listening to the wise, the elder in the community. He says, when an old person dies, a library burns down. And that's important because past generations have a huge amount to teach us. And it's important for young people today to be in an educational system where wisdom is valued, because we need wise decisions for a better tomorrow, for a better society. Paulo Freire, the Brazilian theorist with his famous book, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, he said, a lot of education happens outside of the institution, outside of school, outside of university, in the community, in the favela. Why don't we try and bring that into the classroom? Why don't we think differently about learning and about education and deinstitutionalize it? How good are we at doing that? When you look at students, are you keying in with where they're from, what their stories are, what they can bring to the table? Are they just there to listen to you? We need to build educational systems that are bringing everybody in, that are using the different cultures in the classroom. We need to deconstruct this pedagogy of the classroom and look at the pedagogy of society. Can someone click that for me? Thank you. Angela Davis, brilliant American activist who's doing a lot of work at the moment on prisons and the racialization of prisons in the United States, she's one of many thinkers who represents social justice. The idea that a true education is not just teaching you technical skills, it's teaching you empathy, it's teaching you to recognize social injustices in the world, and to feel that you can stand up for other people, that you can stand up for a cause bigger than yourself. How good are we at doing that in schools today? Is school really a place where we're teaching our students to watch out for social injustice? Or is it a place where they're trying to get the top grade? And it's not their fault, by the way, if they're trying to get the top grade. It's our fault, because we've designed this assessment system that is hierarchical and individualistic. We need to break that down and think about other people too. And about how we can ensure that students are growing up with a social conscience and that they're willing to stand up for causes. Bell Hooks, she talks about alterity. She talks about the fact that you can always look at the world from different perspectives in terms of gender, in terms of sexuality, in terms of identity. That there are all sorts of stereotypes that we carry with us. And a lot of these are reinforced in the educational system that we've designed, in the things that we're testing students on, the things that we teach them in history and geography. We need to explore the boundaries of what it means to be human, and we need to have a much more sophisticated and inclusive understanding of the human condition and assess students on that. Sheikh Anta Diop. Sheikh Anta Diop is a historian from Senegal who looked at Egypt. And his argument is that Egypt's always presented as white. It's presented as something that's Middle Eastern, but not African. When in fact it's deeply African. And it belongs to the African continent. And it's part of this way of thinking that you could call it Afro-pessimism, which is knocking down African heritage and putting it in a substandard position, in a kind of hierarchy of cultures, with Western European culture on top. And a lot of that's happening in schools, okay, subliminally, and sometimes consciously. We need to look at different societies and cultures and history in a much more inclusive way. We need to think about we and not me. We need to open up our education systems so that we're teaching for social renewal, for communities, and not just for individuals. And this is actually closer to the 2030 UNESCO agenda than a lot of work that is happening in classical test theory. SDG 4, which is high quality education for every child. The idea of sustainable development. It's closer to these ancestral communal models of education than the technical Western approach. That's why we need to reform the content as well as the form of much of what we're doing in schooling. Another point, and this is work that I've been doing at my schools, we need to reform transcripts. So what's a transcript? A transcript is that piece of paper that you take to universities at the end of high school, which shows what your grades are, A's or B's or C's. And the universities look at them and they say, yes, you're in, or no, you're not. That's such a narrow way of describing students. Numbers, symbols. There's so much more to tell. And we need to open up our minds to everything that a student can do. We need to assess learning wherever it's happened. The skateboarder, the YouTuber, the social entrepreneur, the DJ, the sportsman, the musician, the student who's in the high school play. All of these count. And yet they are not described on traditional transcripts because we don't assess them. If you don't assess them, it means they don't really matter. So we've got to assess them, and we've got to put them into our high school transcripts. So in my school, we're developing something called a learner passport, which describes learning wherever it's happened. We are giving universities and anyone who looks at this passport the full story of who a student is. All of the activities that they do, whether they're academic or non-academic, are described in the passport. And we describe them in a radial graph that looks at their competences. How competent are you in lifelong learning, interacting with others, interacting with diverse tools and resources, interacting with the world? How competent are you at self-agency, at multiliterateness, and at transdisciplinarity? Those 7 big ideas are what we're interested in, because we think that they are more predictive of human flourishing, of happiness and success in the world than how many A's or B's you got on a whole bunch of tests. So we're putting together these passports for every student, and every passport looks different. We have to tap into human potential. We have to tell the whole story of who a student is. We have to design assessment systems that are not just about grades on academic tests. We've got to think further, and we can't wait anymore. That's why we've brought together a group of 70 institutions, schools, universities, examination boards, think tanks, councils, in the Coalition to Honor All Learning. This group is exploring alternative transcripts. And if there's one thing you'd like to do in your school to change the system, you can join our group. You can contact me and join our group, the Coalition to Honor All Learning. We're exploring alternative transcripts like the passport that we're designing at my school, so that we can put an end to this narrow, high-stakes assessment system and take it to the next level. There's something called general intelligence. That's an old idea. It's that everybody is kind of intelligent in the same way. And we think it's analytical spatial intelligence. So how well you can detect patterns, how well you can predict the evolution of patterns, what we call progressive matrix analysis. But is that the only way that we can measure intelligence? Is that the only way of being intelligent? Really? Is it just about logical spatial awareness? Is it just about maths? No. We all know that there are many different ways that you can be intelligent. In fact, some researchers have shown, for example, Robert Sternberg, with his triarchic theory of intelligence, and this is after quite a lot of scientifically rigorous work, that there are at least 3 types of intelligence: creative intelligence, analytical intelligence, and practical intelligence. Creative, okay, which is brainstorming, divergent thinking, imagining scenarios that other people might not be able to imagine so quickly, looking for solutions, thinking out the box. Practical is on your feet thinking skills, social intelligence, how good you are at working with other people, at finding solutions, at thinking in a team, interacting with other people. Intrapersonal intelligence, that's practical intelligence. It's really important. And then there's, of course, analytical intelligence, which is still this very old-fashioned idea of mathematical-styled reasoning. But you see, there are 3. Are we testing all 3 in schools? And if not, why not? You got Howard Gardner with his multiple intelligences. He came up with 8 and then eventually 11 different types of intelligence. Kinesthetic, verbal, existential. I won't go into all of them, and there have been some arguments against his multiple intelligence theory. But you've got here an idea that there are many different ways of being intelligent, and therefore there should be many different types of assessment model in school, and the whole way that we're approaching education should be different. At the end of the day, the problem isn't that we're all being asked to climb up the same tree. It's that we shouldn't be looking at that tree in the first place. We need to cut the tree down and find a different way of working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Conrad, for that. It was really insightful and very interesting. I'm sure this one will touch a lot of people, particularly even people who are not working in the educational community. I don't know how many adults I've spoken to who still have nightmares about their school leaving exams and that sort of thing. I had a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
So one of the questions was, if exams were to look different, what kind of in the short term, what would they possibly look like, and how could How could they be implemented?
That's a great question. There are essentially two ways of assessing human beings. There is summative assessment, which means at the end of your learning, we give you some kind of test. And then there's formative. Formative is we give you feedback, we give you little sort of tests and experiences that'll help you grow. Now, between the two, you've got two different scenarios. One is, how is a person evolving? How is a person growing? How is a person progressing? And the other is, how well can they perform in a test at the end of their learning? Now, if we look at at formative assessment, I think we can maybe get something out of that and look at the evolution of a human being over time, at their grit, at their determination, at their curiosity, at their ability to bounce back, at their ability to grow. So a great way of doing this is with a portfolio where students can show different examples of how they've grown over time. In our passport, there is a portfolio section where students can upload just a couple of examples of things that were important to them in life and how they've grown through those. There's something else we can do, which is group assessment. This is a bit more radical. But if a team works on something, well, assess the team. You don't have to keep dividing individuals and saying, no, you get an A, you get a B, you get a C. No, the whole team gets an A. Why not? Or maybe the whole team gets a B. Because at the end of the day, that teaches us to be more accountable with other people for what we do. Instead of saying, no, it's just about me, and it's not about the others. It's about we. There's something else I think is important. It's who knows the student best. Who has walked with the student the longest? What's very often the teacher, the coach in the school. So their voice is important. And for some reason, we've designed a system where students can work with the same teachers for years and years and years, but someone else marks the work at the end. Because we don't trust the teachers. We think, well, maybe, I was talking about reliability and bias, the teacher's going to be unfair, so someone else can do it. But the problem with that, there's an advantage, which is that if the teacher is unfair, at least there's recourse to someone else. But how fair is the person judging from the outside? And what if the student has a bad day on the test? They won't know this. You see, it's too narrow. So I think we've got to broaden assessment, and we have to allow teachers to have more voice in the final grade. And the last thing I'll say, Claire, is projects. I love projects. Projects are a great way to assess a student, because a project, it gives you more time to work on something. You can work in a team. You can go in deep. You can explore something you're really interested in, okay, instead of just being told that you have to respond to items on something that someone else has decided on. Project-based learning is an interesting area to explore. So there are lots of things that we already do in schools, but not many of them make their way up to typical exam board, narrow, summative assessments. I also think, and I'll end here, it's not just how we're assessing, it's what we're assessing, okay? That's really important. What are we assessing? All schools should be thinking about the Sustainable Development Goals now for the future of humanity and the planet. So we've got to design assessments that are around those, and not just knowledge retention and skills production in a factory model from the 19th century.
Thank you so much for that, Conrad, and thank you for such a full answer to that question. We do have one more question from somebody who's here. It's a shorter question. Do you have time? Or would you be okay? Okay, so this is a much shorter one. The question is, if a school, an education system, a country were to give the okay to changing assessment today and implement a model, one of the ones you've been describing today, what would be the timeline from the time they get the okay for them to be able to implement it? What do you think that would look like?
Well, that's a great question, because it depends on what educational system you're in. If you're in national education, if you're in international education, what exam board you're working with, what kind of pressure there is on your institution. You can move fast, but you'll move alone, or you can move slowly and you'll move together. The problem is, things are too slow, and reform isn't really happening. Everybody's talking about alternative transcripts. There's work being done by a number of different institutions, but is it really kicking in at school level? So I think that schools need to step up, and they need to be celebrating what they think is important in student learning, and they need to be allowing for graduation to take place cognizant of that, celebrating that, recognizing that. So if a student graduates from your school, make sure that they're graduating with more than just a standard high school diploma. Make sure that they're graduating with something that's about who they are and what your school's about. If your school is a school that's developing character, or if your school is a school that's focusing on sustainability, or if your school is really focusing on service learning, then make sure that you're celebrating that somehow in the way they graduate. Nothing will stop you from doing that. You can do that quickly. You can do that tomorrow. You can design graduation certificates for the end of this academic year that celebrate that. It's symbolic. It's telling the students and the families that this is important. Now, if you're part of a formal, externally administered exam board, as most schools are, then reform has to happen at that level. But schools can put pressure on examination boards by saying, we really want these changes that we've been talking about for so long to happen quicker, because we're losing cohorts and generations of children as we wait. That's where you can join a group like the Coalition, so that we can make more noise about this and be stronger together.
Thank you so much again, Conrad, for that. Very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this has been Conrad Hughes, and he's joined us from Geneva, very kindly come in person, as I said earlier, and we're very grateful. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
So the next person we have on, the next speaker, he's already connected, I believe. He's joining us from his home in the United Kingdom, I believe, is Stephen Heppel. Now, Stephen, you'll be able to read his biography in the program. He has quite a full biography. He's done a lot of things in his life. He started very early, and he's continuing to do fascinating things. He joins us often here at the university at UCJC. He works in educational technology, basically innovation in general. I'll let you talk yourself, Stephen, about this stuff. So here he is, and I'll pass you over to Stephen Heppel. Thank you very much, Stephen.
Thanks very much, and good morning, everybody. I really enjoyed listening to Conrad. It was a breath of fresh air, really, and I'll pop into the chat window for Claire later on, a project we did looking at assessment back at the turn of the century, where children were assessed on their mobile phone. Their phone rang and they had a little chat and answered some questions and could do it collaboratively, and it was so many of the things we've dreamed of happening 20 years ago, you know. Sometimes, as Conrad said, things move a little slowly, but I have to be hugely optimistic here, because sometimes they move very fast indeed, and probably the pandemic was a really interesting moment for myself, for you as teachers, aspiring teachers, because what happened was children were often criticised in the media. People would say, and I hope, by the way, I hope you're looking at me and speak of you, because I'm not going to share the screen and show slides. I'm just going to show me. I'm going to use imaging behind me as part of the talk. So you need to see me in full screen, really, if you can do that. And we had children being criticised as the left behind generation, the COVID kids, you know, and all sorts of terrible things. But actually, you know, when we looked at it, left to their own devices, children reinvented education in a very interesting way. They very rarely were proud to report the breadth of learning that they'd done. Don't think any child said, gosh, I've managed to cover the whole width of the curriculum. Good, well done me, you know. They went for depth. They found something that really interested them, and they ploughed into it with others. And the others often were physically where they were because of COVID, but the others were online or connected in some other way, or had some relationship through sport or family or whatever. So children came together and went for depth. And so much so that we produced a a certificate. Look, you can see it here in the background. If you go to heppel.net golden, you can visit that yourself. But the certificate simply said to kids, tell us what you've been doing, tell us what your achievements have been during COVID, and it was hugely heartening. So I'll come back to that sort of towards the end of our time. But I'm going to leave, like Conrad did, some minutes at the end for questions. And but if you want to see education change very quickly, give it back to the learners is a very powerful way to do it. Now, some children, the home was not a safe place. For some children, the school was a safe place, and they were in all sorts of turmoil because they were trapped at home with an abusive parent or whatever. But for most kids, hopefully it was a time of learning freedom in a really interesting way. And we're sitting on about 110,000 now responses from children all around the world celebrating what they did during COVID, and it's all good, very reaffirming. But I'm going to talk really about some of the assumptions we've made about learning and things you can do right away in the space that you teach in your classrooms. And let's start maybe with one of those very practical things. Let's maybe start with noise, because noise, is the bane of all teachers' lives. How am I going to get the little blighters to be quiet? Here's some data we've been collecting on noise, and it's kind of interesting. You can see here a difference between the red and blue lines here. The blue line is a large number of children, I think 97 children in a big open space, and they come in the morning, and you can see there's quite a spike right early on. They all chat to each other. They say, hello, how was your evening, or how was the weekend? Did you get to play football? How's your dog? And then very quickly they get quiet, and they just work. This decibels are on this vertical axis, and you can see really they don't really go above sort of mid-60s in terms of decibels. There's a little plenary session just before lunch, then they go to lunch. We're looking at the blue line here. They come back after lunch, there's another little spike, and they chat a bit about how was lunch, did you enjoy the paella or whatever, and then they carry on and leave. The other classroom is a closed classroom, and it's a much more typical space for learning, something a little short, I think, of 30 children, but it's a big class. And they come in, and nobody says anything at the start of the day, because there's a seating plan. They've sat in the same seat all year. There's not much to talk about really. And then as the day goes on, they start getting really quite loud, in fact very loud there. Then they go to lunch. The school told me these children can't cope with a long morning. They get restless. Well, of course they can't, because they're all sat in rows, not moving in a ghastly sort of way. And then after lunch, they come back and they're noisy. The teacher shuts them up. They're noisy. Teacher shuts them up. They're noisy. The teacher shuts them up. They're noisy. They go home. So what can we do as teachers to try and improve that? Well, one of the ways, of course, is to improve the details of the classroom. We'll come to that in a minute. But another really powerful way is simply to give the autonomy for controlling noise to the children. Here are two children in Hargrave Primary School in Islington, and you can see here that they've got a decibel meter. It's on an old tablet. Tablet's too old to be very useful. It makes a great decibel meter. These are free apps. You can download them on your phone. I mean, while I'm talking, really, and they measure the sound. And the children have been told to keep the sound out of the orange zone, which is up in the sort of low 80s for decibels. These two guys are in charge of sound today. Tomorrow it'll be two others. And of course, you're not just getting children who are, just going around the classroom and quietly chatting to their mates and saying, hey, keep it down a bit, because if we can stay out of the orange zone all morning, we go to lunch 5 minutes early, get in the front of the queue, which they respond to very well. But of course, you've also got children who are now starting to look at the data about their learning. You've got those metacognitive reflections kicking in, and reflective practice, if you will, and the thing moves forward very, very quickly indeed. So, you know, giving kids control of the sound is pretty good, but also doing little experiments, saying, well, I wonder how we can make the physical space a little quieter. This is something that kids do all around the world. They hang umbrellas from the ceiling. You can this one here it was in my Facebook feed just yesterday. So Prince of Wales School in Dorset, the one at the top over here is actually I forget where that is, in Australia somewhere, and the one at the bottom you can just about see is a corridor in a school in Silkeborg in Denmark. They hang an umbrella from the roof, and in the umbrella, in the bowl of the umbrella, they put that fiberglass wool that damps sound down. So the sound goes up, hits the ceiling, comes down, doesn't come back into the room. You'd be amazed at the difference it makes. And then again, you're engaging the children. You can see on this one here, each child's brought in a summer parasol because they're white, and they've painted their own images on them and hung them from wires on the ceiling. It's the engagement, it's the agency involving the children that makes such a difference here. So let's look at some of the other variables in the classroom, because there are other things that are pretty powerful. Light is an important one. We and you can see just above my head there's a bright LED light. You can see the room that I'm in is very, very white inside. I can show you what the thing looks like from the outside. Maybe I'm not sure if I've got that picture. Yeah, here we are. This is me. This is where I'm sitting at the moment. So I'm sitting in this building with a slide, and it's got a lot of movement orientated stuff, you know. But crucially, it's very light, and the light actually matters to the quality of your learning substantially. You're looking for a lux level that's above 500, and you think, well, that's pretty easy to achieve, Stephen. That's like crikey, anybody can get 500 lux, you know, because if I look outside, look, I've got a light meter on my phone here. Let me just run it up for you. So here's a light meter on my phone. I'm just going to point it out of the window and take a light reading. Let's see how we're doing for light this morning. It's quite early in the day. Hang on a sec. Quite early in the day, and gosh, I'm scoring well about 7,500 lux. So that's pretty good. But let's have a look and see what it is in the room that I'm in at the moment. So outside, you know, many thousands of lux. Where I'm sitting now, I'm going to just point this straight at the desk that you're sitting on, where the laptop is, you know. And how are we doing? Crikey, it's not so good at all. I've got here 237 lux, so I'm short. And how might I improve the light levels? Well, it's quite early morning here in England, and the sky's a little bit grey, but more light would help an awful lot. You know, if I turn on more light, it's going to help. But the light needs to be pure white light. You don't want the yellowness of this old halogen bulb here. See how yellow that is? That's quite soporific. What I'm really looking for are bright LEDs. Look, I can show you here. These are LEDs I just bought on Amazon just the other day, and you can just see there, I think where my finger is, the value says 5,000 Kelvin, and you're looking for your bulbs to be 5,000 or even as high as 6,000 Kelvin, which is a very pure white light. Whenever you buy a bulb, even for your house, there's a Kelvin value. Sometimes they put a K, sometimes they put 5K, which is 5,000 Kelvin. But you can also paint the walls with just pure white paint. I use this paint. Look, I brought it in for you. The big tin of it's Dulux, and they sell this all around the world in different brand names. But you can see it's light and space paint. It's designed to give you a much higher refraction rate, so the light bounces off the walls and comes back into the room a little better. And to be honest, I'm just the sun's just coming out a little bit here, so I just take a reading from the desk again. And look, even just the sun coming out outside, we're up to 328. By the time we finish, it'll be significantly higher. So improving the light makes an enormous difference. And we're talking about behavior things here as well. So let's maybe go to CO2, which is another key variable really in the classroom. And CO2, I think a lot of governments around the world are getting quite excited about CO2, saying, oh, you know, because they see it as a marker for COVID. But here's some CO2 in a typical school day. This is it's not my work. This is somebody else's work, and you can see that at the beginning of the day, the CO2 starts to climb. These are parts per million down the side here. This is the school day here, and you can see that the CO2 goes up and up and up and up. By the time we get to mid-morning break, it's at a pretty dangerously high level, and children would be, you know, they would find it really, really difficult to concentrate. They stray away from being on task, you know, because the CO2 is too high. During break, the CO2 drops a little because the doors are open, but then it goes up again to lunchtime. It's really, really high at lunchtime. And no child in that class could be beginning to concentrate. And you saw, I think, when we looked at the noise data earlier, that in that small classroom with us 27 kids or whatever it was in the classroom, you know, their behavior got really poor before lunch. That's because they're gassing themselves with their own emissions. And we can look at that, you know, well, there are lots of ways to mitigate that. I mean, obviously, opening the window would be one. Let's have a look at that. So here you can see, and here we're looking at CO2, and the blue band is the point at which the CO2 level is acceptable, and above that, it's really cognitively impairing. And I think you can see the one line here that goes up very steeply is in a classroom with the windows and the doors shut. And then below that, there are two lines that are starting to go up. That's the classroom where they've opened the window, as I've done here in my room. And it takes about an hour before the CO2 is too dangerous. We're only looking at the first hour of the day here, but well before they get to break, that level will be too high. And the bottom line, which you can just about see here, the bottom line, they've got the windows and the doors open, so they've got a throughput of ventilation of air blowing through the building. You have to think about the circulation of air in your space, because if we go to something again like the COVID pandemic, if you sit all the children in the class facing the same direction, and particularly then if the windows are open but the doors aren't open, so there isn't much circulation, there's a through current of aerosol droplets passing from the children to the teacher. And if you're a teacher who stands at the front of the class and the kids all face you, you will be more likely to be ill during a pandemic, because all the kids are breathing at you, and kids' breath goes quite a distance. It covers about sort of 5.5 meters before the aerosol droplets fall to the floor. It's exactly what we saw, by the way, during COVID. Teachers were disproportionately ill in schools. Some of that was to do with the way the classroom was organized. So let's look at some other ways to mediate the CO2 in the classroom. And I've got one here. It's a plant, and you'll see the plant's got a name. I say good morning to Monica the money plant. Good morning, Monica. How are you doing? Very well, thank you. You'll notice she's in a white pot, and plants do photosynthesis. They absorb CO2 and give it to you back as oxygen in a complicated. So they don't do that at night. At night, transpiration. So don't put plants in your bedroom. But in the classroom, they're terrific. And we typically do a BYOP, bring your own plant. We have one plant per child. And it matters that the children own the plant because they have agency. Again, it's their plant, they care about it. And let's look at the data again. When you put plants into the classroom, it's pretty remarkable. So here's Asher Alexander's work from Dubai. And by the way, the graph I showed you with Sean McDougall's work, I'm sorry, I didn't give his name. This is Asher Alexander, and she's put plants into 162 classrooms in Dubai where CO2 was dangerously high. I won't go into the reasons. It was to do with the way the air conditioning worked. But it was over 7,000 parts per million, which is insane. You know? And you can see, I think, here straight away that the, academic performance got better. If I move to one side here, you can see that English, maths, science performance, blue was before, orange was after. Over here, the overall thing, green was after, blue was before. Their academic performance just got better. And you can see right up here in the corner, for each child, they did a little analysis of their subjective factors of their behavior, their fidgeting, their attention, and it just plain got better. All they did was put plants in the classroom. You can do this tomorrow down to your local hardware store. Buy the pots. The reason we put them in white pots, it's about that self-awareness of the children. If the plants are absorbing light for photosynthesis, it's helpful if the plants are reflecting light back into the classroom. So that all works extraordinarily well. And CO2, light, noise, these are all terrific gains. And of course, then we start thinking about, well, maybe movement within the space matters as well. And, it really does. And, outside kids running around is terrific. Inside kids sitting down in desks, not so terrific. But it's very easy to put some movement into things. And here are some little examples. Here's what shall I show you here? Well, I think I might just show you this one, because this is, since Conrad was kind enough to mention sport, here's a kind of sort of inversion of where we are with the classroom. This is I do learning for the British Olympic team and some of our elite sports, and they typically enjoy being out of doors a lot, and then reluctant to come back into the classroom to do the coaching, to learn their set pieces and so on. And this is the British Olympic women's hockey team, who won gold in Rio, by the way, and have been pretty fabulous ever since. We did this before Rio. And you can see it looks like a kind of state-of-the-art classroom. There's very high levels of light. There's white walls everywhere. The walls are writable. You can write on the walls because there's cognitive imprinting from physically doing the writing and being seen socially to do it. The students, if I can call them that, the girls are sitting on tiered seats, focused down onto the floor. The floor is part of the learning experience, and it just plain works. So they have movement outside, but they have attention inside. And there are lots of ways, by the way, to use the floor for learning. A lot of people forget that the floor is part of the classroom. It's very easy to do things like this and just put protractor doors to your classroom. You just say to the kids, oh, open the door 50 degrees, will you? And then, oh, what's 50 degrees? I don't know. Well, they open the door and they immediately know what 50 degrees look like. So you can zone the classroom as well. And this is one of our classrooms in Fingringhoe in Essex. And again, you can see very high levels of light, very bright LEDs, white ceiling, white walls. But you see that the children are in different zones. There's a zone over here where I can't see my hand. There's a zone over here where they're doing some direct instruction. There's a time you want to talk to a group of children all at the same time. Of course, what we do in teaching, there's a group behind them there who are sitting at their desk doing sort of private reading. And then over here, and you can't really see them here, but there's a group in front of this screen rehearsing their presentation, their group presentation. So they're doing different activities and they're moving during the lesson. They're zoning themselves around. You just produce a carousel of activities. Here's the work of of a furniture manufacturing company in Germany, where they simply looked at the impact on attentiveness. This is the attentiveness axis, the PhD in deciding what attentiveness is, and this is the school day here. And you can see that a group of children, this is about 3 years of data, so we're aggregating. This isn't just a one-off, these are proper serious heavy-duty research projects. And you can see here that a group that come in typically sit in the same seat, in the same place, for most of the morning, going out at break, coming back. Their attention immediately starts to fall away. And the group at the top here, by the way, who are zoned, they have carousel activities, they're moving around during the day. You can see they can't wait to get started, and they get more and more engaged as the day goes on. And this is pretty obvious stuff when you look at the numbers and the data. What then gets maybe less obvious is, well, Stephen, what happens when we do go out of doors? What happens when we start learning elsewhere? What happens with the place of learning is actually no place at all. It's wherever we want to end up working. And you know what? It works extraordinarily well. Here's Linfield Learning Village, which is a whole village of learning built on the campus of an Australian university. So the Australian university gave up their campus, thank you very much, and we took it over to build a school. And Linfield Learning Village is exactly what it says on the tin. It's a village of learning where the kids come. Stage, not age. They can be, you don't have to sit with people who happen to be born between two birthday dates. You can sit with the kids who are doing the work that you want to do. So you're pretty good at maths, you go to where they are. If you need a bit of help with your English grammar, you go and sit with this lot. You know, you make your own choices about where you go and how you organize your learning. Really, exactly as Conrad was saying earlier, you know, you need to have some autonomy. You need to have some agency in the whole model of learning. But then, of course, the kids start saying, "Well, hang on a minute, Stephen. Why can't we just go outside altogether? Why can't we just start learning elsewhere?" And where I live here in on the east coast of England, we have a beach school which runs. I think you can see a little of it here. And the beach school, beachschool.org, you go there and have a look. It's a group of children that are doing marine biology, marine science. They're doing storytelling. They're doing they're building number graphs from piles of seaweed. I mean, it's fascinating to see, right down to preschool children who are sitting looking at the detail of marine flora and fauna. There is no school at all. There is no physical place at all. There is no place where they go to learn. They go to the beach to learn, and that changes when the tide's in, when the weather changes. They're out in all weathers, but there's no capital money at all. And if you're doing a bit of teacher education, doing a bit of teacher development yourself, just take the kids out and get them learning in an alternative place. What you can't do is take the class and sit the class outside. Let's all sit under the tree and carry on with the lesson. You let them go to different activities. But that carousel model of go here, go here, go here, come back and have a plenary, that works extraordinarily well in those spaces. I mean, it really is a powerful way to learn. And it gets quite interesting then when, a bit as we did with COVID, we start saying to the kids, well, where would you like to go for your learning? So we did this up in Dumfries and Galloway in Scotland. And we said to a group of children, we're going to rebuild your education, schools, places, the whole lot, really. Where would you like to go for your learning? You know, with plenty of choices, what would you pick? And here they are, the kids presenting to the local council. This is a map of Dumfries and Galloway, and the kids have just, I don't know if you can see it, they've just down here by my ear, they've just kicked their secondary school off the page. They said, we really don't want to learn in that building at all. It's like a factory. Funnily enough, the word that Conrad used earlier. They said, we want to be in the heart of the community. We want to be in the town centre. So it's really interesting. We took over a shop. This shop that you can see is to let, and it's right in the heart of the shopping centre. There's a lot of retail spaces available, there really are. And we thought, well, let's take one over and build a makerspace in it. So I don't think you can see very well, but this is our sort of. What's interesting is it's already badged up as a makerspace. The 3D printers and laser cutters and sewing machines and knitting machines are already in there. But the people who own the building still think somebody might come along and buy it as a shop. It's not going to happen, you know. So we just took over the shop, and that was really interesting because almost immediately, in fact, the morning we opened, kids were inside doing their 3D stuff, modeling, doing makerspace stuff, which is always delightful and fun. We turned round and at the windows outside were just a gang of young mothers who were looking at what was going on, thinking, that's really interesting. I'd love to do some of that. And we quickly realized that when the kids weren't there, we could open it to families and to the community, and everybody would love to learn. So we suddenly started to get this clear insight, really, that the places where you learn are everywhere. And funnily enough, as Paulo Freire said, you know, we need to look at the pedagogy of the community rather than the pedagogy of the classroom. And thank you, Conrad, for reminding us of all that as well. He did well, didn't he? So this is all starting to be pretty exciting. And then we start thinking, well, none of this is hard. You know, you can sit down with your class of kids and you can say, you know what, I think we could do learning better. I think there are other schools around the world that are doing things we might want to try. There are examination rooms that could be better. Let's sort of build a hypothesis and say, you know, where might the best place for learning be for us? And here's a good primary school children presenting to me their hypothesis about where they thought they might want to learn and why that would be a better place to learn. When they started testing and looking at the data, their hypothesis was wrong. The best place for learning with the best light, the lowest CO2, the right temperature, 18 to 21 degrees is the range for temperature. When they saw that, they said, oh, crikey, you know, we'd better get on with making the whole place better. And no better place to start, I think, than the exam room. And, you know, Conrad was talking about how ridiculous it is, really, to assess children on the basis of individual performance when the first question they get asked when they go out for a job is, what do you like as a team player? Can you imagine Real Madrid, you know, winning the Champions League or whatever, and they all turn up for their winner's medal and they say, well done you, well done Jons. Gareth, you weren't really trying very hard. You can't have a medal. The team get a medal. But the room we do the assessment in is as unfair as the assessment. And I've been into 86, I think, now, classrooms around, examination rooms around the world. I haven't seen one that wasn't damaging the prospects of the children in the room. So here are some figures, you can see them. You know, it's too hot, it's too dark, the levels are too. The injustice here is that the kids over here on the sunny side by the window, especially if the window's open, are going to do better than the kids over here on the dark side that's not ventilated. You know, we're talking about 5% difference in many cases. That there is no level playing field for all this stuff. You know, the only way to make a level playing field is to give more autonomy to the children to say, how do we make our learning allowing us to be our best selves? What do we need to change to make it better? And how do they know what to do? Well, the answer is they look around the world at what others are doing. And I mean, TikTok, Pinterest are awash with other people's classroom ideas, but there's nothing better than just going to other schools and say, well, tell us about your classroom. Tell us about your learning. Tell us about your place. Tell us about what it's like where you are. Now, I don't think I've shown you anything here that really costs very much money. A can of paint, change a light bulb, opening the windows and doors, giving control of the noise to the children, going out of doors as often as you can, taking over empty shops in the high street that nobody wants, and you don't have to pay the rent for them. The fact that you're using them keeps them, ventilated and alive. People will give you the shops for free while they're waiting to sell them, and then they're never going to sell them, are they? So this is all cheap to do, and the reason that matters is a lot of kids around the world don't have the largesse and the wealth that some of the Western and other education systems have. If I go to Kashmir, 25 million kids, no teachers, no schools, they're not in education. A number of them haven't, and nobody is going to train a million teachers to be like you and to be the million teachers to go with the 25 million kids. So communities have to help themselves to learn. Families have to help themselves to learn. The autonomy of being a better learner has to be given, in part, to the families and to the teachers. And one of the things we've been doing, I think many of you know, in Spain, UCJC and in the SEC schools, is saying to our parents, you know what, we would like you to embark on a course as well. Your kids are learning. We'll pay for you to do these courses. We're using the Coursera, 8,500 Coursera courses, all fabulous. You can train to be a Microsoft engineer or a Google developer, or you can learn a bit about blockchain, or you can learn a bit about well-being and nutrition and health. The 2-day courses or 7-year courses into a degree. We're saying to parents, what would you like to do? Every parent that's opted to do it has opted to do something different. And I think coming right back to where we were with COVID, when the children were given the freedom to learn where they liked and what they liked and how they liked, just remember that they learned elsewhere. They learned at colossal depth. They went as fast as they wanted to. I think you can possibly see on the on the shelf behind me, there's a space rocket lying there. I did a lot of space science with my grandchildren who live with me. We made a lot of gunpowder. We fired things into space. It was a lot of fun. And they learned with others. And my belief is that education is about to take a huge leap towards alternative models of education, a bit like the moment when Steve Jobs said, oh, look, I've got a better iPod and I've got a better internet browser and a better telephone. By the way, they're all the same thing. I think what you're going to see over your career, and it's exhilarating for you as professionals, and we're just coming to questions in about a minute. What you'll see as professionals is learning everywhere, all just turning into a thing that is learning. Education here, higher education here, tests here, doesn't matter, it's all learning. And, whatever else you focus on in your training as developing teachers, think of yourself as a learning professional that can apply your learning everywhere. And I'll just leave you with this last image that, curiously enough, I've been drawn into the health service, and the health service has said, we're desperate to train teachers. So we're building classrooms in the health service that have got beds in, they've got sinks, they've got presentations, but look, it's zoned. So that model of zoned learning that's so powerful in the primary classroom, in the secondary classroom, that's working in sport, that's working in companies, it's working in the health service. That is the future of learning. So let's go to some questions, because goodness knows if that hasn't given you some things to ask about, it's all gone a bit wrong. So Claire, what have you got in the question bank?
Hi, Stephen. Thank you very much for that. Very interesting. And there were some very practical points you gave us there about, the white paint and all these kind of things.
oxygen levels. Let's have a group who are looking at, I mean, there are silly things, you know, for example, I go into classrooms often and they have a projector, and the projector is, the screen is facing the window, so they have to put the blinds down because the light from the window washes out the projector. But you turn the classroom round, put the projector, you know, so it's got its back to the window or the screen if you're lucky enough to have a proper big screen, you know, and then you can have higher levels of light. But if you've got children walking around with a light meter on a phone measuring the light levels, they'll even find, and we do things like just putting white paper on the desks makes a dramatic change to the light levels in the room. And some classrooms and teachers put a lot of paper on the windows because they're short of display space. Yeah, the window's off. The glass means glass, you know. If you want to display stuff, just hang wires across the ceiling, bits of string, and clip the children's work on that with washing pegs. You know, there's 1,000 ways you can do it. But I've got a really interesting little example of what happens when you say to children, I'll tell you what, you know, here's the classroom, make it over to be the place that you would like to learn. And this is one of the sex schools in Barcelona, and we asked the children to design the classroom tomorrow, you know, and you can see they've zoned it. There's a quiet space here that they wanted it to be a bit like being underwater. They've put up some cloth here. They said, you've got to imagine there's a curtain across here. We haven't got enough money for a curtain, so we just put a little bit of cloth to say maybe there's a curtain. We'd like to have a big interactive screen. We can't afford one, so it's a cardboard screen. Look, just by my shoulder, that's cardboard. We like the idea of little three-cornered spaces for private work. So over here in the corner, there's a little private space made out of chicken wire and brown paper. What's interesting about that is the learning got better. So we thought, what on earth's going on here? You know, this is a cardboard technology. It's walls that don't exist. You know, how can the learning possibly be getting better? And by the way, the budget for this was zero. We said, whatever else you do, we're not going to give you any money. You've got to scrounge materials around the school. They wanted to paint their desks to be different colours because they had a thought about how that would work. So they just said to parents, who's got some old tins of paint we can have? And the parents brought in half-used tins of paint, you know. So this was zero budget. What was happening, why it got better, was because the children were role-playing future learning. They were saying, in the future, so they'd stand by the cardboard screen and talk about what would be on it if it was a real screen. And in articulating that, they were making a really nice analysis of what was on display, even though it wasn't on display. So, short version is, children love to role play. They like to role play pirates and mermaids and everything else. They like to role play future learning. So it's a great fun exercise to do with the kids. They have a couple of days of, let's do learning in 2040 and imagine what it might be like, you know. And that's a zero budget. But all these things are very, very cheap. And before you spend any money, just giving the kids some bits of old cardboard from you know, Amazon and saying, let's build the room. This is in the university. Let's build the room we think you might want to come to as a student. And the young children built this room, and then in the university we said, thank you very much for doing the design work, and we then built it. Now, I don't think education is going to have a lot of money. This is a school I'm building in Lima in Peru. It's gorgeous, but look at the cost. You know, I don't think any of us are going to have that kind of money going forward. I think education is going to be in a tight squeeze for quite a long time. So I'm just offering stuff you can do, but do it with the kids. Ask the kids, how can this be better? You're never asking for their opinion because they're daft as brushes sometimes. You're asking for their research. Find out what other schools are doing. Bring those ideas back. Why are our toilets horrid, but the school up the road has got better toilets? Oh, okay, because they're unisex and they've done this and they've done that. Learn from other schools. Bring the good ideas back. Do it. Is a very, very cheap thing to do, Claire.
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen. That's incredible that they did.
Of course, the most precious resource we got lying around is the kids. You know, it's so often that they don't get used. And I loved that classroom in Barcelona when the teacher there, Miss Dada, when she asked the next group of children, you know, the next group of children arrived the next year into the space, and she started telling them about the space and how it had been built by the other children, and they sort of role played. And halfway through it, one of the kids put her hand up and leant forward and said, "You think they were good? You ain't seen nothing yet." You know, because they just couldn't wait to get started on doing an even better version, you know, standing on the shoulders of giants. So, yeah, the kids are the most precious resource. They're so often underused. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, no, not at all. Yeah, no, that's.
There's a lot of little things that we can do. I mean, the light and the temperature things are really important. And I think COVID has made us wake up to some of the things we were doing really badly. And I'll give you one example, which is toilets. School toilets are really bad. Typically, we know that I've only seen the survey data for England and Sweden. I did the England, somebody else did Sweden, but typically I think it was 84% of secondary age girls have never defecated in the school toilets. They've urinated, but they haven't defecated. And the result of that is that children, when they've got a bit of a problem with their stomach, or they're a bit nervous about using the toilet, so I'm going to have to use the toilet, they just don't come in. So we get quite high levels of absenteeism when we build better toilets. And it's really easy to build better toilets. You make sure the doors fit the space. You know, school toilets is usually a gap underneath and a gap over the top, so any kid can peer over or throw things over. Nobody would want to be in that toilet. And what we do is we turn them into what I call airline toilets. You can think of the toilet in a plane. It's quite small, but the door fits. There's a wash basin in the toilet, so if you've soiled your clothes in some way, you want to wash them. You don't want to take them out into a public space and wash them. You want to wash them where nobody can see, and so on. So, you know, something as simple as toilets. But with COVID, we know that when you shut the lid, that's really, really important, because when you flush the toilet, aerosol droplets from the toilet go about 5.5 meters across the room. So if you're in the school toilet, somebody flushes the toilet, if you're in the same room as that toilet, when they open the door, you will be infected by COVID-bearing droplets unless there's a lid on the toilet and you shut it. So all this really is about the tiny details, and what we've learned from sport, what I've learned from working with the Olympic people in particular, is the aggregation of marginal gains. Everything matters. Getting the children to look at all the details costs no money really, and you can get a light meter on your phone, the app is free. You can get a decibel meter on your phone, the app is free. You can get white plant pots, either by painting them or just getting cheap plastic ones from the market. Get the children to bring in plants. NASA have a list of the best plants. If you go to you can find my own website on heppel.net. If you go to, here we are, if you go to heppel.net slash BYOP, bring your own plant, you'll see a whole list of stuff about the plants that you can bring. And we got it from NASA because NASA are going to Mars, and when they get to Mars, there's no oxygen, so they want to keep recirculating the carbon dioxide back into oxygen. So they pick the best plants. You haven't got to do the work. They're all there on the website. So just details, really, but not money. Doesn't take money.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I think that's true, and that's something that can apply to different countries. Like even in Spain as well, those are like the small details that we don't take into account, and that can definitely make a difference in the students' education. Thank you.
Yes, I know. Vietnam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Philippines at the moment, those 4 countries. And when we surveyed it, we found a lot more phones about than there were laptops or tablets. The great thing about this data capture work is that you know, phones are really good at it. You can use a phone to capture information. We built a little box here. You go to my website, you can see it's called a learnometer that measures a whole lot of things, not just the things we've been talking about, and it measures them pretty well. But honestly, with a phone, you can do an awful lot of that capture, and you can get those numbers down yourself. And you know, I know schools where the kids turn up with a phone and they're told they can't use it, which just seems to me to be ridiculous. It's like when I was at school, if you turned up with a fountain pen, you were allowed to write with it. But if you turned up with a ballpoint pen, you know, like this one, you weren't allowed to use it. They were regarded as bad for our handwriting. So use phones in the classroom. Of course, they should use them, but they're great for data capture. They're great for numbers in particular. We haven't touched, but it's curious, isn't it, that every athlete would know exactly what to eat before a big event, but we don't tell children what to eat before their exams, and they eat the food that doesn't help them to concentrate. So brain food, you know, would be a lovely place to explore next year. We can do some cooking maybe.
Yes.
Anyway, enjoy your day, everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks for your attention.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Stephen.
Brilliant. Let me just share the screen. Okay, I think that's all working. So
Can see that
firstly,
fine.
thank you. whole philosophy of the centre is that rather than providing solutions to students, we try and steer them the right direction or ask the right questions to get them to just get a little step closer to whatever it is they're trying to do. And in many ways, we show them how to study mathematics in university, which is part of what I want to talk about. So a lot of the philosophy is drawn from and pretty well communicated by this great, what do you call it, kind of guide that a bunch of lecturers in the UK put out over 10 years ago now about how to work in a maths learning centre. And I thought I'd take some of the things out of it to give you an idea of the kind of thing that we do. So the kind of questions we ask would be like this. A student comes in with a question and they're trying to start it and they're stuck. You say, well, what do you understand in the question and what do you not understand? And often this comes down to definitions of mathematical terms. Things like, prove this function is differentiable. Well, firstly, what does it mean to be differentiable? And they look up the definition and see, well, it's something to do with limits. But can you tell me in plain English what it means? What are you trying to say about what does it mean for a function to be differentiable? This is all to get the students thinking about, firstly, what is the definition they need to use? And secondly, what does it really mean? How do you interpret what the definition says? So you're not just reading out words from a page that you still don't understand. When it comes to giving solutions to questions, often students will come up with a solution and they're still not sure if it's right or wrong. What it means. What are you trying to say about what does it mean for a function? Sorry, I've just got an echo. Sorry. Yes, so when it comes to solutions, asking students to tell me, well, which bit of the solution are you not sure about? What's the part here that you're not sure is correct or not? And often it's not the entire thing, it's just a little part. So some more practical things. Students are stuck. You think, well, do you have online notes? Do you have handwritten notes from your lectures? Have you been recommended books? I mean, the answers to these questions are almost always yes, but it's just a case of showing them what you're supposed to do when you're stuck. How do you find, search the resources? And finally, which section is this in your notes? If you have 100 pages of online notes, can you search for the term you're looking for? If you're working on a question, can you find something similar that you might have seen either in class or in workshops or tutorials where you might have worked on a similar question? And even if it's not the same, it's good practice just to get them to look up these things and go through the similar elements that they might have seen, because that might be enough to give them some inspiration for going on to the next part. And the important part really about, well, the most stressful part of working in the Maths Learning Centre in DCU is that the students who come in can be studying anything from business, finance to engineering, computer science, data science, anything involving statistics. We get students who come in working on programming, physics, electronics. So there's a wide variety of topics that students might come in to ask about, but these kind of questions are always relevant, and that's the important thing. They're general enough that these are helpful, especially for students in first year who are just getting used to university. So the next thing, layer of exploring these kind of things is mathematical identity. And this is one way to look at the kind of deeper things that students need to learn about university. The previous page had a lot of practical things of what you have to do to solve questions, but there are bigger things, as Conrad mentioned earlier, the kind of sense of what you're about. What is mathematics in university about? So the definition I use is this one, used by my supervisor in previous work. And we basically conceptualize identity as the relationship between a student and mathematics. And it includes the knowledge of maths, the experiences they've had that shape the way that they do things in the future, and perceptions of themselves and of other people. And here's a simple model from 14 years ago. Basically this triad where you have the teacher, the student, and the subject, mathematics, and there's relationships between those three. And the relationship I'm particularly interested in is the one between the student and maths. But it's well established in the literature that the teacher plays a really important role in this. And that's not unique to university, that's at any level of schooling. The teacher influences the relationship between the student and mathematics. How do they think about the subject? What do they think it's about? So these are kind of big meta questions that maybe aren't going to help you directly answer an exam question, but they certainly are very important. When I'm lecturing, I like to think in terms of mathematical identity because I find it quite useful to think about what's the perception of maths that I'm imparting by the way that I run my lectures. I find it quite useful. So, in terms of research, the kind of things that mathematical identity involves is firstly the nature of maths, sometimes called views of mathematics. What really is maths all about, and how do you approach it? Ways of working maths, and is a little bit more direct of how do you work in questions, how do you work in class, what does it mean to be working on mathematics? And it means different things for different people. As someone myself who's done a master's in maths, I probably think quite differently about what it means to do mathematics compared to people who've only experienced it in the classroom. And there's lots of nice books on these kind of things, but anyway, I'm gonna move on. Some of the other things that are really important are the role of teachers, which I've already mentioned, also friends and family, particularly for, I think, primary and secondary school students, more primary, where family members might do homework with students quite a bit. And that's actually a really important part of identity formation and can be quite helpful in terms of just getting through exams and assessments and whatever else. Right and wrong in maths, that's something I'm going to touch on now in a minute. The perception that in maths you're either right or you're not. It's kind of more objective than a lot of subjects is something that students say a lot. And that maths is a rewarding subject. In other words, it feels good when you meet the challenge of something that you need to figure out. And there's a whole range of emotions to do with mathematics that are really important in terms of identity as well. Not just rewarding, but other positive emotions and some negative ones as well that affect the way that we study mathematics, the students study mathematics. In my research, I've developed quite a few teams. I've published on 2 of them just this year. I'm just coming to the end of my PhD at the moment. The 2 things I published on were mindsets, getting started with questions, ways of learning maths. The important role of teachers was really prominent. What is mathematics? That's kind of the nature of maths, same as the previous slide. Affect and emotions are these kind of positive and negative things that connect to all areas really of maths, but are really influential. And then reflections and transitions. So the thing I'm talking about today is transitioning to university, but there are plenty of other transitions along the way from primary school to high school, and then you have junior cert exams when you're 15 years old in Ireland, and leaving cert exams then when you're sort of 17 that give you access to university, and then some transition points in university too. So under the kind of theme of the conference, challenging assumptions, I want to show a few things that, a few quotes from my research where students challenged assumptions that they encountered. So first thing is, this student says that when I began to study maths, I really didn't like it because I had a new teacher every year in secondary school. Now, I don't think that's uncommon. A lot of students who had much more change than that. And in university, this is really important because you're going to have a different lecturer for pretty much every module. So you need to get used to different lecturers and their different styles. So first assumption, students choose the course they want. This is kind of a student assumption on the part of lecturers who assume that their students want to be there because this is what they want to study and what they want to do in the real world. In reality, students say things like this. I wanted to continue studying something that I enjoy to ensure that it would be slightly easier in the long run. I was never inspired to pursue a course that involved maths. I just wanted to expand my knowledge on a topic that I was good at. And the last one here, I was not going to let maths put me off what I wanted to do. We had lots of comments like this. Here's a couple more. I like science and decided I could put up with maths. Most science degrees have maths and I just wasn't able to not choose it. So we have some students in my research who are studying maths even though they don't particularly want to. And more so, students who are studying science and engineering who aren't really sure that they want to be a scientist or they want to be an engineer. So at least at the start in first year, it's not a fair assumption to make that students are comfortable and happy and focused that this is really what they want to do. There's still some figuring out to do on the part of the students. In terms of handling this, placements and internships turned out to be very important. This is a student of science education who says that I don't really know when, but in first year and second year, I kind of thought I'm doing a science course. I'm doing science and maths rather than teaching. However, as they moved into third year, they say that my attitude in the course towards the course in general turned from I'm doing a science degree, and change from predominantly science-based to thinking about the modules in terms of how I could try and use them in the classroom. And that's a big transition. And again, the literature reflects that going from second to third year, about the halfway point of the degree, is really important for students kind of identifying with what they're going to do after they finish the degree. Next thing is collaborative work. Working together is a good thing, and I put a question mark there for a reason. So collaboration networks developed over time in science education and engineering is what I found in my research. And this student says, I like the support network, I like bouncing ideas off my friends, and that was nice. Another student says, when we're doing the online work, one person does it, puts in the answer, gets it wrong, and you just keep going. So you see what everybody else puts into the questions, and if their number is 5 and yours is 3, then you change it and you put in your own number and you get the question right. So this is why I had a question mark in the title, because I'm pretty sure we can agree that this is maybe not a good thing. This is gaming the system, really, to kind of tell what the right answer is without really having to do any of the mathematics. So collaboration is good, but it depends on how students are collaborating. It's not straightforward that once they're working together that's a good thing. What about working on your own? Well, this student says I tend to ask for help and not to ask for help in maths because I prefer to get it myself. So that could be quite a good thing to say, well, I want to understand this before I start working with other people on it. This student says, I think maybe I got more out of it because I tried the questions on my own. First 4 or 5, I was really trying them myself, and I think that helped me in the end. Perhaps a little more ominously, this student just says it's between you and the numbers. That's someone who definitely thinks that you need to work on your own. And again, the literature has established that maybe a balance of these two things is better, but also it depends exactly what students are doing, to collaborating or working on their own. Here's a myth that the students wanted to dispel, that some people are naturally good at maths. I think this is more of a factor at younger stages of education, where students get by in maths because they kind of have a natural talent and they don't have to work too hard. But this student says that in university, people think, oh, you're good at maths, that's why you get good results. You don't have to work very hard. He said, we've all heard that, but they don't say that about history or geography. I just think you have to put as much work into maths as you do for all the other subjects. Another student says, well, everyone needs to work hard. It doesn't come easy to anybody at this level. So that was one thing that students wanted to point out, that at university, you have to work hard in maths, and other people might dismiss that because you've always been good at maths, but it's still really difficult, especially at university level. This is about right and wrong. I'm coming to the end. I know I'm a bit over time. There's always one correct solution in mathematics. So this student says, I love how in maths there's only one answer, but there's lots of different ways to get there. That's really important. This other student says maths involves more thinking and trying different methods. So there may be one answer, but that does not mean there's a prescribed route for you to get from the question you're given to the answer. There are a lot of different problem-solving methods. And again, there's a lot of literature on this, but this is something really important for higher level education, and came out as a theme in the research that I did, that you need to interpret the question and you need to take steps towards constructing a possible solution. You don't know if it's going to be right or not, but you need to have strategies of things you can try. However, this isn't the case in every classroom. This student says of a second year module, there's one way to do it, and if you do it any other way, no matter if it's right, you're not getting marks. I didn't like that. I think we can all empathize with that. So this just underlines the fact that you're going to encounter different lectures with different philosophies, and sometimes they're quite nice, holistic, the kind of things we're talking about today. Sometimes they're a little more narrow, and that's just something that you're going to have to deal with as best you can. This engineering student says that if I'm shown a particular way to solve a problem in a lecture, I might not understand it that way, but there might be another method which makes more sense to me, because I'll actually understand it and how it works, even if it takes a bit longer. Maybe that's something that I can do. And he reckons this is what thinking outside the box means. And it seems that this is something they were encouraged to do in engineering, to find their own way. So again, this is the agency. The students to say, well, I don't really like that method because I don't understand it, but I can find another way to do it that's equally valid. So last slide then. Why is identity important? Well, I think these things are important all the time anyway, but in Ireland at the moment, there's some particular things in the Irish context that I think will make this very relevant. At the moment, there's a cost of living crisis. This is across Europe and the world, really, not unique to Ireland, but it's having some ramifications in Ireland because we have quite a severe accommodation crisis in Ireland, where it's really difficult to find places to rent, places to buy for everybody, and students are affected even worse by this because they have less money and they're moving to big cities to go to university at the last minute. From they get their leaving cert results is about a month to try and find accommodation, and then you get other students who are coming back to college or have searched for months and months and months and can't find anywhere to rent, not anywhere they can afford. So that's a huge problem in Ireland at the moment. The cost of university registration is also, because of some budget measures recently, between €2,000 and €3,000 a year. So technically we don't pay fees, but there is a registration cost for every university, and that can be a barrier for students. The last thing is that the state exams during COVID-19 were quite different. There were times where students couldn't sit leaving cert exams. We have some students in college now who didn't sit exams at age 15 and didn't sit exams at age 17. They did either continuous assessment or some kind of replacement thing. And these factors are really important because you're going to have students now who are working very differently in maths. Maybe they're working from home a lot more. They can't avail of talking to the lecturer face-to-face, or maybe coming to the Maths Learning Centre. So having some kind of tools to support the way that they learn beyond just the simple things I mentioned right at the very start of this talk, I think are going to be really important. So apologies for running over, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Fionn, for that very interesting presentation. And it certainly did touch on our themes of challenging assumptions in education, which we're running on today. So thank you very much. I'm going to move on quickly to our next presenter. So her name is Eva Garcia. So Eva's already logged on there. I can see you, Eva. So if you'd like to switch on your camera and your microphone and just start sharing your screen, that'd be great.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eva.
Just a moment. I'm sharing my screen. Sorry.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
We can see your screen, Eva.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm good to go.
Yes.
Thank you so much for inviting me for this interesting event that you're organizing. Let me just introduce myself. I'm a university professor for UNID and also an associate director for the master's degree in educational innovation, and also a PhD student, well, just for 20 more days because I'm about to defend my doctoral dissertation next month. So I just want to share with you a very brief summary of what has been my doctoral study, which is about detecting those best practices for nurturing global competence. Let me introduce the topic. Global competence recently has become a very widely interesting topic, has been interested so many scholars around the world, because nowadays, and it looks so necessary to equip our students or the individuals that have to strive in the new world that we have to face, this ambiguous, fast-pacing world that we have to face, facing so many unexpected events in our daily lives as professionals or individuals. So global competence, let me offer you the official definition from OECD, which means this capacity to examine local, global, and intercultural issues to engage in open, appropriate, and effective interactions with people from different cultures, and to act for collective well-being and sustainable development. In brief, it will be what we need to strive in such unexpected and sometimes a bit challenging environments in which we have to be working and living. So I wanted to introduce this concept and also the 4 dimensions that it is based on, which is investigating the world. It means that if we are global competent, we should be able to be aware of the topics that affect our lives, that have a global impact, and we have to be informed and ready to know what's happening around us, not only in the global scope, but also on the things that impact our lives in our very local communities. Also, to be able to recognize the different perspectives from people coming from very different origins, but not only in a cultural dimension, I would say, but also in very different perspectives coming from, for example, someone having different capacities or having this diversity in terms of their abilities, sometimes for working or students. It means that I'm aware that, of course, I have my own perspective, but it is just one of the many different perspectives that each of every individual has, and I should be able to recognize this, to be aware of this, and to have a tolerance attitude towards different perspectives. Communication of ideas and collaboration as let's say, as a wider idea of just communicating, but also be willing and be ready to be collaborating together, is the only means of achieving these goals in terms of solving the sustainable development goals that we have ahead. Facing all the different problems that we have is just through collaborations and having these networks of people working together and being ready for communicating effectively and working together effectively as well. And also another dimension in this area will be the willingness to take action, not only to understand what is happening around, to collaborate together, but also to know that I have my responsible citizenship, means that I have to be willing to involve in everything that is happening around me, that it is not something that I'm not involved with, even if I think it is something global, because every global topic has a local impact. So the willingness to take action, to take a step forward, and to be ready to solve the problems that we have, it's something very, very important when it comes to this concept of global competence. So we are already familiar with the concept. I mean, a lot of scholars have been researching about it. It has been defined, explored, and even assessed by PISA exams beginning in 2018, and again this year in late spring in 2022. It has been tested again. So we have results and quite a few information about what it means. But my study wants to go a step beyond. I mean, I'm not exploring again and again the concept, but rather than that, trying to search for how to nurture this global competence. We know what it is. We know that it is important. We know that we want our students to be global competent, to be able to face what is waiting for them. But how we do that? Schools are wondering, okay, I know this, but sometimes I lack the examples, I lack the practices. So how to do that? And taking this global competence to my classrooms every day. So this study tries to research that, to go deep into that. So serving some ideas, some good examples, a kind of manual to how to do that, okay? So whenever we are trying to analyze what is happening in an educational center, we need a model. In order to do a systematic research, we cannot just simply, okay, let's go around, have some hints, and then write just a report. We need a model to make sure that we are doing a scientific process in our research. So we need this model explaining what is happening in the centers and how we can introduce these good practices in terms of nurturing this global competence. But what happens is that when we are searching for this model, we find that even if it's quite familiar, we are in the scholar community, we're already quite familiar with the term. We still lack that model for researching that. So the first step was providing that model. How we did that? Okay, we are not taking a model just out of the blue. We are basing on system models which can serve as a good starting point in the sense. So we are starting from the CCR model, which means classroom creative research was developed by the European Commission 10 years ago. So, well, maybe we will need CCR 2.0 by this time, but well, it's a good starting point, as we are saying. This model has the great advantage that analyzes the center in a 360 approach. So it covers in 8 axes, which are called key elements: infrastructure, content and curricula, assessment, learning practices, teaching practices, organization, leadership and values, and connectedness. We could argue that some things are missing, but it's not the aim of this presentation. But, well, it's, as I said, a good starting point, because apart from these 8 main axes, we have another 28 key elements that are associated with these models. So you can find some of them are very closely connected to that X. But apart from that, it's also connected to other ones. So there's always this interconnection in which if you're affecting any of these 28 key elements, you're also affecting other elements. So there's this interconnectedness of what it means affecting one of these key elements, affecting any other part of the organization itself. So this is one of the starting points. And of course, the other starting point is this concept of global competence that I just described, with these 4 dimensions that we are connecting, okay? So we are trying to merge both philosophies in just one model. It means that we are taking one model, analyzing thoroughly the center, the educational center, the school, where it's happening, where are the different relationships happening between them, and the conceptual idea of what it means global competence. And merging it, and again, I'm not going deep into this, how it is based, but based on literature, the theoretical links has been established and justified. We came up with this InnoGlobal, which is the name that we decided for it, InnoGlobal model. So it's an ad hoc model that has developed in this doctoral study, and it tries to serve as the main theoretical idea in which we can be working in order to analyze the center and how it is doing in terms of global competence, how we can analyze the different relationships, as I said, the different practices, how, for example, the teaching practices are developed inside of the classroom, how the leadership board is setting the scene and favor and fostering why everything is happening the way it is happening, how teachers are considered, etc. I will go a bit deeper into that. So, as I said, it combines two models, one more practical, let's say, and the other one more conceptual, as the one from Boyce, Mansilla, and Jackson. So, trying to set this framework in order to be able to work with actual schools that want to be analyzed in that sense. Okay, so as I said, the connections are based on evidence, set on the literature, so everything is correctly justified. Okay. So once we have the model, we are going into this methodology, how we are doing that. This is, what we want to do is to discover what are these good practices and try to just describe them, knowing why they are working good, and just describing some of these practices and just trying to adapt them to other contexts, for example, other educational systems, other locations, for example. So, because they are serving as this manual of good practices, the same as when we are taking a book, which are giving us some hints, okay? So we want to discover these teaching and organizational practices, both strategic and also operational, that favor what is the climate, what is the environment in the school, so really the students are developing their own global competence, okay? So, of course, it is a qualitative study. It is a holistic case study. It's based on a school that is really working very, very good in these terms. We are looking, as we said before, we already know what the term is, what the main concept is. And what we are looking here is how it is made, why it is made, and we are going a bit deeper in that. This InnoGlobal model is serving the framework for doing this study, and also very, very importantly, to analyze these results in the light of this framework. And of course, this study has been deeply affected by the pandemic. The restrictions, it affected the way the data was collected, and the possibility to even involve more cases in the study. But let me present a bit. For a matter of confidentiality, I cannot disclose the name of the school, but it is a private school following the International Baccalaureate program. I guess we are all familiar with this system, with all the 4 programs settled in the school. It is located in a big European city, having about 1,200 students, 170 teachers, and combining about 60 different nationalities, all living peacefully and respectfully together. So we know that if the climate, if the atmosphere is so good and everything is going smoothly and the results of the students are good and the feeling of the families involved is good, it means that things are going very well, practices are good, so we can focus on this idea and trying to learn a bit about what they're doing. As we say, in this intense and intercultural environment that is being lived in this school, okay? So the instruments that have been used is, of course, the observations, the workarounds in the school. When we had the opportunity to came into the school, knowing about these restrictions that I just mentioned because of COVID-19. We could observe certain different locations of the school, inside of the classrooms, the library, for example, the playgrounds, how the kids were interacting with each other. We also have 15 personal interviews, deep interviews of about 1 hour of duration, following a semi-structure, following a questionnaire, but allowing some freedom to the interviewees to give their insights. And also 5 focus group with both families, former students, and also teachers, and of course members of the leadership board, all giving their insights about what we were questioning very thoroughly, following, as we say, the global model. Then the transcript were analyzed with Atlas TI, and based on this model, having decoding with the 28 building blocks coming from the CCR model, and also 57 subcodes coming out from these 28 building blocks. Okay. So the results, let me just present some of the results as main insights. Teaching as inquiry, it's one of the things, not really from the school, but rather than that from the international baccalaureate system, because it's one of the key pillars, trying to get always the students as researchers. Of course, you know that the International Baccalaureate organizes the different topics that they have to cover in these units of inquiry. And it is really meaningful to do that. And special situations such as fostering this autonomous researching, especially at the end of the stages, at the end of the PYP, at the end of the MYP, of course, at the diploma program as well. There's always these opportunities in which the student has to conduct an autonomous research. And that means that it is very, very interconnected with this first dimension that I just mentioned some minutes ago about investigating the world and being familiar with all these topics, okay? Treating and having the teachers as the main assets. I'm putting assets because I don't like mentioning people as assets, but the school knows that the real difference is made by their teaching body. So they put a significant effort to make them feel at home, to make them feel that they belong to these to the organization, and to make sure that the background makes them globally competent. It's very difficult to nurture or to try to develop global competence if the guide, in this sense, the teacher, is not global competent in the beginning. So the school really fosters and encourages the collaboration among teachers and this feeling of them feeling good in the community. Diversity as a motto, it means that the school sizes this environment, this very rich intercultural environment, because sometimes learning from example is the best way to learn. There are so many things that doesn't have to be taught if you live them, if you have to collaborate with people coming from very different parts of the world, if you're living and working all the day, every day, with people with, for example, different languages. If your friends are coming from different environments and they show you their foods or their habits, or you visit their houses and different things are being there, they have different habits. So it is something very, very natural, and kids and young people can really live it in a very natural way, learning this recognition of perspectives, because it's not something that they have to force, because it's so natural around them. The school also makes a solid investment in all these maker spaces and the maker culture in order to foster this STEAM vocations and trying to get the students learning by doing, manipulating, making their own tryings, and always looking not really for teaching, but also trying to experiment in a very experiential learning. Of course, the assessment has to go along with the new look at learning. It will be no point in having a very traditional assessment at the end, just summative, but we have to introduce formative assessment and in a very creative way. For example, the three-way conference in which the student meets the teacher and also the parents, and they have to explain what they have been done, what they do think they are their strengths, or maybe the points that they have to be working on, where there's more space for improvement. There's a way of going into self-assessment and to reflect upon what has been done their progress in their own learning. Personalized learning, of course, knowing that every student is unique and recognizing these different perspectives and different personalities. They work on multiple intelligence and have to take the full potential out of every single student. Okay, so they work closely in this look for a personalized learning. Of course, the leadership has to be fostering all this happening around the world. So we are finding a distributed leadership, allowing to take the lead in different individual projects and basing on global awareness, understanding, tolerance, and I think they are doing a great job managing this very diverse community. And finally, in the last part of the global competence, the encouraging of action taking, of course, it's encouraged not only from the school, but again, from the IB perspective, through programs like CAS, and always saying, okay, you have to take the lead to fight for what you believe and to be trying to make a better world for all of us. So the conclusions, I think I'm going a bit out of my time, so sorry. IB programs have at their core this nurturing of global competence. This educational system is very good in this term, but it's not enough. I mean, even if we are not following, if a school is not following this educational system, still there are so many things that they can do. And again, it's something that is giving some starting point, but again, it's not enough. So learning from sample in this respectful, diverse environment is very good. So trying to foster this kind of atmosphere and sizing them is very interesting for the kids. And of course, the leadership approach is key in setting all those things and fostering them to happen. The perspective will include broadening this study, including more schools without the COVID-19 restrictions, and testing widely this model and trying to seek for the points of improvement that it may have. So thank you so much. Again, my apologies for going out of my time, and thank you again so much.
Thank you very much, Eva, for joining us and for that presentation. Global competence is, of course, a topic we touched on earlier with Stephen's presentation and with Conrad's this morning. So we're going to move quickly on to the next presenter. Her name is Carol Ibrahim. There she is now. She's another PhD student with us here at UCJC, and she's going to speak to us about online learning. So over to you, Carol. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry, I started in the middle of the presentation. I'll introduce myself. As you just said, I'm a student and a PhD student in my third year at Universidad Camilo José Cela. My presentation is part of my doctoral study. It's about breaking barrier with online learning. Schools off, but learning was on. As we all know, when we say formal education, we immediately think of schools and universities. However, technological problems, progress and development, teaching and learning have been taken to completely new levels. Remote online learning has been around for quite some time, and it is here to stay, as most literature asserts. However, it was mostly concentrated on higher education, universities, etc., and it was rarely used in a school context. And even though it wasn't voluntarily, we were forced to switch to remote teaching due to the pandemic. As we all know, when the pandemic started, schools and universities around the world had to close their doors because to keep the safety of their staff and of the student, obviously. So according to UNESCO numbers, about 1.8 billion students had to stay home, including my student. However, this doesn't mean that learning stopped. They shifted to online learning. And of course, when we shifted to online learning, it didn't mean that we don't need to work on challenging issues. On the contrary, it was somehow like a blessing in disguise, the pandemic, especially in my case, as I worked on critical literacy in my grade 10 classes. Grade 10 is what we call also first secondary in our system here. Now, what is remote learning? As we all know, it's the process defined by some scholars such as Burkhardt and Sharma as learning characterized by distance in time and space. It is centered on acquiring skills and knowledge, but it's not carried out at the school. And we know in this digital age that technology offers us endless tools to be used, and we have to integrate more ICT tools as well in schools to encourage and to keep up, if you want, with this world technological development. Now, why did we integrate critical literacy into an EFL class where English is taught as a second foreign language? We had three major objectives: to help learners realize how important their role is in creating change and avoid taking everything they see or hear for granted, and as well to develop, of course, the English level. As we know, we're teaching them English, so our main concern as well is to see a development in their language skills. And at the same time, teach them about relevant issues such as the environment, tolerance, women empowerment, and many more important global issues. Now, what is critical literacy for those who don't know? Critical literacy is an approach adopted in L1 classes, and mostly when we say L1, we mean where English is taught as a first language. And it is conducted mostly in environments such as in Great Britain, Australia, Canada, where English is a native language. However, recently it has been adopted in many EFL classes, and it has spread to the Arab countries, including Lebanon, but there are very few studies conducted in this context, hence the need for why we did our study. Critical literacy has evolved on various schools of thoughts, mainly the Freirean approach by Paulo Freire, who is the Brazilian pedagogue, the feminist, and the text analytic approach. Even though they may differ in certain points, however, they all aim to empower students to question text and discourses for their inequities, develop students' ability to examine the text and discourses from multiple perspectives, and enable students to examine the root causes of marginalization and help them use and produce text critically. As Yanks herself says in one of her quotes, in the actual world where a 17-year-old boy sells one kidney for an iPad, where adult men rape babies, where rebel fighters video themselves mutilating and cannibalizing the body of an enemy soldier to post it on YouTube, it is even more important to educate that education enables young people to read beyond the word and into the world. Now, this is why we have opted for critical literacy, because again, besides the global issues we are we have mentioned, we have to give the knowledge for students that racism, sexism, social discrimination, etc. exist, and we need to give them the tools to challenge this, to start take actions. And the tool to do so is via critical literacy, because they will examine text and discourses for their marginalization. And again, they have to produce text critically. Now, the methodology and the setting for our study. Our study was conducted at a private Catholic school. Now, even though most of the study was done online, because as we said, it was during the pandemic, yet the students were enrolled at a private Catholic school in Beirut, Lebanon. It was conducted at 2 grade 10 classes with 56 learners divided into the 2 sections. They were almost the ages of 14 to 15. To analyze our data and to collect data, we relied on videos created by the students, semi-structured interviews with the students, and the written assignments that were delivered via Google Drive, because as we said, we were teaching students remotely at the time. And of course, we relied on class observation and teacher reflection diary, and critical discourse analysis to see whether critical literacy has occurred in the mind of students. And we couldn't neglect linguistic skills. So to focus on the development of the learners' English skills, we were able to, we focused on error analysis by targeting 2 specified non-target like grammatical structures, and we analyzed them using descriptive statistics. Our action plan, even though it may look simple, it was actually, it required a lot of time and effort on both sides, the teacher and the learners as well. To present, we had first present a problem, as we said, about a global issue of importance, such as global warming, fake news, bullying, etc. We presented them because we were online and we had various ICT tools. We would use videos, we would use audio, podcasts, posters, graffiti, etc. They would analyze the problem, maybe think of its origins, its root causes, etc. Then they had to suggest solutions. For example, reduce overconsumption in the case of global warming, starting recycling programs, raise awareness, etc., debunk fake news. And they took actions, which is a very important part, which is agency, because agency, as we said, and it was mentioned previously in by the other presenters, that agency makes them more responsible for their work and it gives them more motivation. They wrote speeches to the UN, for example, to protest the way global leaders are dealing with the issue of environmental decay. They organized anti-bullying campaigns and posters online with using hashtags, etc. They designed posters and they even produced their own TV shows, which was amazing. Now the findings, we will start with how we were able to detect the development of their English language skills. First of all, when analyzing the errors, we noted that there was a major improvement in their language levels. If you look at the first table, types of linguistic errors, we have seen a great improvement, as I said. Sorry, I'm repeating myself. Subject-verb agreement types of errors occurred in the first writing before we started the treatment about 25 times, whereas it occurred 13 times in the samples we have examined. Wrong verb forms as well was reduced from 22 to 12. Now, when it came to detecting instances of critical literacy, or where we can see that students are aware of hidden interest in a text, etc., marginalization, racism, etc., all of the issues that I have mentioned, we noticed that 35% of the written assignments were able to note fake news. 24% of the 42 samples analyzed showed and revealed understanding of hidden interest in text. And 41% reflected social empathy, which is important. And it is also a major purpose of critical literacy, as we mentioned earlier, because critical literacy aims to, as we said, educate children that are more tolerant, more aware of their surroundings, that avoid, if you want, perpetuating discrimination, racism, etc. And now also our findings after that are based on the interviews and the various assignments, we discovered that we were able, because first we were worried when we had to switch to online mode, whether this, because critical literacy in itself is a challenging issue, and as we said, it was mostly addressed in L1 context. So we were worried whether it's going to work or not. Now what we have discovered is that it is perfectly possible to teach critical literacy via online methods, and you were able to break the first barrier or the first assumption that says that students should be taught at school using books, etc. We rarely relied on the book actually throughout our treatment. So it was on the contrary as well, being online and relying on ICT tools has given us a great opportunity as well to explore a certain topic from various aspects by, as we said, relying on podcasts, on videos, on several news outlets, on TV reports, etc. So it was able to give the students multiple perspectives of the same issue. And of course, this is what enables them to detect, if you want, hidden interest in certain text or issues. It has also, as we have revealed in the tables before, contributed to students' linguistic development as well. Also, what we noticed mainly from the interview and the quality of the work that the students were showing and how accurate they were, even though we were working remotely, we were not going to class, the assignments were handed in on time most of the time. And based on the interview, they told me that it was quite cool somehow, you know, they found it cool that, you know, when they share an assignment via Google Drive and then immediately they can see that it was corrected, they can see their mistakes, they can read the teacher's notes, etc., get their final grade. So they found it quite cool, even doing the exams on Google Forms and the other platforms such as Socrative, where they can also get immediately the result. It had given them, as they said, a lot of motivation. Now, unfortunately, or like any other thing, we faced certain problems. The major problem was probably technical, because we were always connected online, and because of the pandemic, and like one of the study was conducted, a great part of the study, sorry, was conducted during a complete lockdown, so everybody was home. And there was a lot of load on the internet, and especially here in Lebanon, because we have like a huge economic crisis. So the quality of the internet wasn't good. So some students couldn't connect. Sometimes it was a global problem because it was backed up by the literature I reviewed. Like the computers would freeze, the platforms, the online platforms would crash because of the heavy number of users connecting at the same time. However, these were minor problems that occurred every now and then. But in the interview, some of the students confessed to feeling isolated, being away from their class, being away from their school, being away from their classmates. Now, of course, they had somehow anxiety problems. Now, of course, it was also understandable because we all faced the same thing. It was uncertain, it was new, it was a bit scary at first being in the coronavirus situation with the COVID-19. Now, the conclusions, I think I was going a bit fast, sorry. Incorporating critical literacy in English classes would greatly help students to become more aware of the world around them, to break, as we said, the barriers, to not to accept everything and take it for granted, and of course to do something about the various problems that the world is facing. And in our case, also Lebanon, I come from a country where every now and then we have like political problems, political unrest, sometimes mini civil wars, sometimes extended civil wars. So it's up to the new generation to know that marginalization, racism, even sectarianism, because in Lebanon we suffer from, you know, religious groups fighting as well. So it's up to them to change. And I was happy to see that critical literacy was occurring. They take an active role in changing their reality and challenging the givens. And alongside, it helps to improve their linguistic skills. Again, as we mentioned, by teaching them about issues that are relevant, that are important to them, that are of a current and modern nature. Of course, the limitation is that critical literacy is not required by the Lebanese curriculum, so it's only applied if the teacher wishes to do so, and it's not imposed on him or her. The study was conducted with 2 classes, and of course we need to investigate the issue on a larger scope. And of course, if we integrate probably critical literacy across curricula, we would see a higher impact of critical literacy on the young learners. And these are some of the references, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Caro, for that presentation. Very interesting, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we're going to take a quick coffee break now. We're going to be back at around 12 o'clock or 12:05, and we'll be back with our next speaker, Abdel Jalil Akari. He's joining us from his campus, so we're very much looking forward to that. So I'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye, Caro. Welcome back. Good morning, everyone. Well, good afternoon now. It's 12 o'clock. Thank you for staying with us. And Abdel Jalil is here with us. Thank you for joining us, Abdel Jalil. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, and you?
Yeah. Great. Yes, we can hear you perfectly and we can see you. So thank you very much for joining us today, Abdel Jalil. Where are you joining us from?
Geneva.
From Geneva. Excellent.
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you very much for that. And I'll pass over to you. You can start. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you have my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect.
Great. So if you just go into presentation mode there, and we'll see it full screen.
Yes, perfect. Okay, perfect. So thank you for this invitation and hope you are hearing me well. So today I will speak about the concept of global citizenship and global citizenship education. I will try to speak both on the theory around global citizenship, but also to give you some example of research we are doing now at the University of Geneva in Switzerland. So my presentation, I will have 3 points in my presentation. First of all, I will explain the origin of global citizenship education and recent development of this idea. In the second part of my conference, I will share with you some results of a study we did with our student here at the University of Geneva, a student who are pre-service teacher, and we made a survey with them, and I will share with you some results of this study. The third point is about prospects and possibility to implement global citizenship at the university. And I think most of the university of the world now have some projects, some idea about how to introduce a global citizenship. And I would like to give some idea and some example of how we may implement a global citizenship at university level. So first of all, the first point is the origin of global citizenship. I think maybe we have now, since 2015, all over the world, the idea that educational system, university, must introduce a global education as a result of SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. You know, we have actually the Sustainable Development Goal were approved in 2015 in New York by United Nations and almost 200 countries. One of the objectives of the SDG is linked to education. It's the objective number 4, which is the idea to have more inclusive and quality educational system in the world. And one sub-objective of objective number 4 is the objective number 4.7, which is related to global citizenship education. So I think the origin of the idea of global citizenship education is mostly related to the work of UNESCO and other international organizations. And although the idea of cosmopolitanism and the idea of universal or a global citizen is not new, I think this idea become more important because it is endorsed now by the international community within the SDGs. So when we see, for instance, one publication of UNESCO 2015 speaking about global citizenship education, is the idea that by 2030, a learner must acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including sustainable lifestyle, human rights, gender equality, promotion of culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship. Assessing, it's about action and participation. So you have down this idea coming from UNESCO that global citizenship includes value, global citizenship includes knowledge, global citizenship includes skills, but it includes also action. And on the spatial dimension, we have different topics that from the UNESCO perspective are very important for the idea of global citizenship. In the center of the idea of global citizenship, we have sustainable futures. So the idea of sustainable future that all humanity is on the same boat. And if we are not caring about sustainability, we indeed have no future. So sustainability is really in the center. The second circle is about peace building and conflict resolution. As you know, in many places in the world, we have ongoing wars, conflict, and we need really a culture of building peace and resolving conflicts. The next circle is about social justice and human rights. We know that inequality are increasing all over the world. Inequality are increasing between individuals in the same national space, but inequality are growing also globally between countries. And we need to care both about social justice and about human rights. The next circle is about identity and cultural diversity. From UNESCO perspective, we have the right to express our own cultural identity, and we need to value cultural diversity, including in school. And the last circle is about interdependence and globalization. We are living in an interconnected world. We have an interdependence on various levels, on economic level, on sustainability level, on energy level, on food level. We have now a lot of connection between different parts of the world. And if we want that the interdependence will work, we need to care about global citizenship. So you see that UNESCO perspective, it's really about humanistic tradition of UNESCO. And I will now go to another perspective. Before going to another perspective, when just giving more detail about how UNESCO translates its perspective in a framework. So in UNESCO framework on global citizenship, we have the cognitive domain, we have the socio-emotional domain, and we have behavioral domain. So these three dimensions that I commented before, so what is behind the cognitive domain is that the idea that local, national, and global system and structure. We need to understand the relationship between local system, national system, and the global system. We need to care about these networks of relation between the local, the national, and the global. The cognitive domain is about issues affecting interaction and connectedness of community at local, national, and global level. And in the cognitive domain, we need also to address the underlying assumption and power dynamics. We need to understand power dynamics, for instance, at schools. The second domain is the socio-emotional domain. I think it's really important that we understand the different level of identity. Almost each of us today have different kind of identity. We have also different communities belonging, and we know that these communities are also connected. We have also on the socio-emotional domain the respect of diversity and dealing with differences. The third dimension addressed by UNESCO framework on global citizenship is the idea that we have global citizenship. It's also about behavior. What action that can be taken individually and collectively to live together in the world. So there's a lot of ethics around, and we have to address on a daily basis the idea, do we have a responsible behavior? And also the idea of getting engaged in taking action. So I think now I will move to another perspective, a little bit different from the perspective of UNESCO. So I think I will share you some idea about the perspective of the Council of Europe. So two words about the perspective of Council of Europe on global citizenship education. Indeed, the Council of Europe use more the perspective of democratic citizenship. So for the Council of Europe, a democratic citizenship needs the building of competence. And the competence are in different domains. So you see that there's some similarity with the UNESCO perspective, but some differences. So we have value, we have attitude, we have skills, we have knowledge and critical understanding. So what is behind the dimension value in the Council of Europe? So the value, it's about valuing human dignity, human rights, cultural diversity, democracy, justice, fairness, equality, and the rule of law. So maybe this is more interesting compared to the perspective of UNESCO, this idea that equality needs the rule of law, and I think this is really a particularity of the Council of Europe perspective. So global citizenship, global competency, democratic citizenship for the Council of Europe, it's also about attitude. So attitude is the idea to be open to the culture otherness and to other beliefs, to other religion, to other world of view and practice. There, it's also an attitude of respect, an attitude of civic mindedness, about responsibility, about self-efficacy. And the last one, I like much this idea of tolerance of ambiguity. You know, most of the time we have a negative perspective of ambiguity. However, I think that the perspective of the Council of Europe is using the ambiguity in a positive sense, meaning that we need to be tolerant. We need to have an attitude about tolerance of ambiguity. For instance, ambiguity about sexual identity, that we allow the other to be crossing border. So I think this idea of ambiguity is very, very important. And as the perspective of UNESCO, we find also in the perspective of the Council of Europe the idea of skills. So we need learning skills, we need critical skills, we need empathy, we need flexibility, we need linguistic communication and plurilingual skills. I think as an English speaking institution in Spain, you are in the middle of linguistic plurilingualism, and it's a very important thing. There is also skills about cooperation, skills about conflict resolution. And last dimension is about knowledge and critical understanding. So I think we have almost the same category within UNESCO perspective. The third perspective I would like to share with you is the perspective of OECD and other organizations. So OECD, it's an international organization dealing mostly with cooperation among developed country, and they tried with other organizations work global citizenship, and they identified 8 dimensions of global citizenship. So there's a dimension about empathy, about critical thinking, problem solving, about ability to communicate, to collaborate with others, about conflict resolution, about sense of security of identity, shared universal value, human rights, peace, justice, respect for diversity and cultural understanding, and finally recognition of interconnectedness in the current world. So you see that we find some similarities, some differences with the 2 other theoretical perspectives I presented. So to conclude my first point of the conference, I will say that on global citizenship, we may have 2 distant perspectives. We may have a neoliberal perspective, and we may have a critical perspective. And I think the problem of global citizenship is that it's meaning different thing to different person, to different actor. So if you take actors who are more in the economy, in the global business, they will take a perspective on global citizenship related to competency for success in a global job market. So it may be about critical thinking, it may be about language skills, it may be about communication skills, it may be about adaptation, it may be about cultural understanding. But the main idea of global citizenship in a neoliberal perspective is to take global citizenship as a tool for adaptation to the global job market or to the global market. On another hand, we may have a critical perspective on global citizenship, meaning that in this critical perspective, citizenship, it's about immigration, it's about the wall, it's about how we can be a global citizen if there's a lot of inequality, if there's not equal rights, and this is a more critical perspective on global citizenship. So now I'm moving to the second point of my conference, which is I would like to share with you some results from a study we did at the University of Geneva. So the study was based on online questionnaire. It was during the COVID pandemic, and we contacted 218 prospective teachers, and we get 74 responses. Response rate is almost 34%, which is bad for an online survey. So I would share with you some results of this survey. So maybe the first observation is that at the University of Geneva, when we try to analyze the composition of prospective teacher, we see that we have really a very interesting multilingualism, because you see here in green, sorry, it's still in French, 3 languages. We have 35% of the respondents speaking 3 languages. We have 42% being bilingual. Here in yellow, we have almost 12% speaking 4 languages and more, and we have only 9.6% monolingual. So at the University of Geneva, our prospective teachers are really multilingual person. So the one of the questions we asked to in our survey is have you heard speaking about global citizenship? So one of the questions of the survey is about the knowledge of the concept of citizenship. And we have almost half and half, meaning that 51% of students say they know, they already heard about global citizenship, and we have 47% of students ignoring global citizenship. So it's an interesting result, because we did the study in 2019. So 4 years after the adoption by the United Nations and Switzerland of the global citizenship as an objective, official objective of education system, still we have half of our student, prospective teacher ignoring global citizenship. So I think this first results is interesting, meaning that in our institution as university, in secondary and primary school, more action about global citizenship needs to be taken if we want that learner know better global citizenship. And when we try to see what competency the student consider very important in global citizenship education, I think the most important things that our students value in global citizenship education is respect for diversity, common universal value, ability to communicate and work with others. So this is really the first issue that our students give the priority in speaking about global citizenship education. The second topic that are important also are related to conflict resolution, empathy, and understanding global issues. So the third category of competency valued by our students are related to critical thinking, meaning, and security of identity. They get less rating, and we can conclude that our students are more open about skills that they are more personal skill or individual skills, they are a little bit more skeptical about things related to collective and structural things. We also have a different question about global citizenship. For instance, we asked how important is global citizenship to you in today's world, and we have really a high ranking on a scale of 5, 4.22 of the respondents say that it's very important. Here we have the less important. The second question I would like to share with you, do you think that your country education system currently train learner as global citizen? So here we have less positive results because it's only 3.9 that are completely agreeing that the education system is training learner as global citizen. And the third question is about, do you think that you were educated in your country as a citizen of the world? And here we have also on a scale of 5, which is the agreement, we have only 3.32. So I think participants agreed on the importance of global citizenship education, but they are less unanimous about recognizing capacity of education system to train them as global citizens. And when it comes to their own education, meaning the impact of their family and the education system, respondents are less likely to point out that they were educated as a citizen of the world. One of the interesting questions is that we try to ask a student to make a choice between global national citizenship. And it was almost an impossible choice because with the respondent, we have 3 groups. We have a third saying that their national identity or national citizenship is more important than the global citizenship. We have 41% saying that global citizenship is more important, and we have almost 28% saying that they don't know. In red, in yellow, the answer is no. The person who are giving the priority to national citizenship. In blue, in Geneva at least, the person giving the priority to global citizenship, and the red, the person who are divided. So I think there's really a strong division in opinion about which is to prioritize national or global citizenship. And I think what is interesting from these results that we need to work a little bit more on the articulation between local, national, and the global citizenship. Now I would like to conclude with some prospect and possibility to implement global citizenship at the university level. So as I said before, all the countries in the world agreed to introduce global citizenship within their educational program. However, as pointed out by our survey in Geneva, there is a long way to go to make global citizenship as a known concept among, for instance, pre-service teachers. So I think the idea to have more global citizenship in our institution at the university level, it's really very interesting. So maybe one first observation is that global citizenship is more easy to introduce in an institution that learning is based on project. So I think we need to move from the monodisciplinarity in teaching at higher education to teaching with multidisciplinary perspective and based on a pedagogy, project-based learning and pedagogy. We need somehow to stop giving theory and answer to questions that our students do not ask. So this is really a big challenge. This is really a change of paradigm, and I think at university level, we need to strengthen the academic and scientific skills and competence, but also other competencies like ICT, like communication, like languages, like critical thinking, social commitment, adaptation to uncertainty, valuing diversity, multiple perspective of knowledge, and global citizenship. I think we need to give the same importance to this somehow called soft skill, the same importance we needs to be given to soft skills and academic skills. So I think this is a very interesting perspective for the future. So on the question how to promote teaching and research on global citizenship, I will mention two important points. The first one, we have the responsibility to make our students understanding inequality and injustice in the world, both locally, nationally, and globally. So I think really if we are serious about introducing global citizenship, we need to be serious about understanding inequality and injustice in the world. So inequality are both on local level, national level, and the global level. The second point, very important to mention, is that we need to act on this global inequality. We need to act on global inequality and injustice, both locally, nationally, and globally. So I think global citizenship education within the university may be something that allow us both to understand and to act on inequality. So imagine inequalities, just to give you one example, that the world 26 richest people hold the same wealth than the poorest half of the global population. So just imagine how wide inequality are in our current world, and we cannot be neutral about inequality. We need to be involved, and if we take seriously global citizenship, we need to discuss this question, and we need to discuss this question at university level. So I would like now to share with you some picture I'm using to discuss global citizenship with my student. So here you have a boat in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, and we can ask ourselves, what's the meaning for a global citizen for these people on this boat? And what are our responsibility in addressing this question? Do we have a responsibility? Do the country we are living have a responsibility? And I think when you try to understand this so-called illegal immigration, you cannot not discussing the question of inequality and why thousands of people are able to take so big risk their life to move to other place in the world. We need also to mobilize ourselves about pollution. What are our responsibilities? What we can do as a citizen, as a local, global, and national citizen, what we can do for diversity of people, what we can do for children not having enough food in the world, what we can do about housing, what we can do about immigration, what we can do also about the growing development of right-wing movement all over the world, what we can do, and what we can do about making global citizenship as a living experience at the university. So thank you very much. I would like just finally to share with you the possibility to access a book I edited with Catherine Malek on global citizenship education. You will have more detail about this concept. Thank you very much.
Bravo, Abdeljalil Akari. Bonjour.
Bonjour, merci, Conrad.
Bonjour, mon ami, ça va?
I was teaching it. It's why I'm here. Ça va? Yes.
Yeah, well, we're missing you here in Madrid, but it's always a privilege.
I'm sorry. It's really difficult to be here, and I know I missed a very nice experience in Madrid.
Always a privilege listening to you. And so a couple of questions. Don't you think that there is a danger with this idea of global citizenship education? Thinking about those slides you just showed us, that that young people and citizens, adults, anyone who is aspiring to be a global citizen, is shown all of these images of global problems at a scale, a magnitude that is so vast that it's difficult really to know where to start. And it's all a bit too sort of overwhelming. Isn't it a bit too much to carry on the shoulders of one person?
Yes, I agree with you that that it may be something overwhelming. It may be something that maybe the question what I can do as an individual in Geneva, in Madrid, in other cities in the world about this big problem. But in my opinion, that we are all involved in somehow in global issue. So the idea is not to say, well, it's so global that I cannot act on, but I think depending on the person, depending on the context, we can act on this question. You know, I will give you a very small example. Sometimes in Geneva, I have my student, you know, eating banana at my classroom, and I ask them how much it costs your banana you bought in the shop. So they give the price, and my reaction will be, you know, that you are contributing to the wealth of big international cooperation, and by making African and Latin American farmer poorer, you know. So I think all these global issues have local application and individual application. And I think what is interesting is that when we see how important the global issue in the world, we maybe become convinced that the solution will be global or there's no solution, you know. So I think why I use the idea of global citizenship is that there's no miracle, you know. If we want a better world, some part of humanity needs to be poorer to share with other part of humanity. So I try really to make citizenship education not as an idea, but also to try to see how it may be implemented in everyday relation. But I know it's difficult.
Thank you for that. Yeah. The banana, that's an interesting case study, because it's, you know, as a young person wanting to eat a banana, knowing that you might be contributing just by buying a banana in a supermarket to something that is globally iniquitous, it puts you in a difficult situation. But I think you're right that we need to at least raise awareness about it. Now, here's another question. You were talking about the rise of the extreme right. And of course, we've seen in recent decades a considerable hike in right-wing xenophobic ideology across the political spectrum. Why do you think this is the case?
So I think probably maybe I add that there's not only right-wing political movement in the global north. I think we need to put in the same plan religious fanatism and religious extremism in other parts of the world. So I would like to put on the same sphere this global trend to have part of the population believing in very extremist ideas. So I think why this situation, and I think it's really a global situation. In my opinion, this situation is linked to two things. I think it's linked to one thing is that we are in a very growing multicultural society. So I think most of urban big cities in the world are already multicultural. And I think multiculturalism will increase wealth, will increase, it's a value added. However, we have this increasing cultural diversity, increasing ethnicity in the world, but in the same time, we have a growing inequalities and injustice. So inequality may be directly linked to globalization. You know, maybe 40 years ago, Europe decided, or the elite in Europe decided, to close factory and to import cheap labor products from China, and not having an alternative for thousands of workers. And I think this is producing also this growing movement, right-wing movement. So I think we have both unsolved economic and social problem, and we have increasing multiculturalism. And if you put together these two things, you will produce this big movement going from Trump in the United States to Bolsonaro to different religious regime in the Middle East. And I think it's really something we need to take seriously. And I think that as educator, we have a specific responsibility in dealing with this question.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? Because if you look at some of these movements, many of them, in fact, it would appear that it's a disgruntled group that represents those that see the 26 richest people in the world, and perhaps organizations and movements affiliated with them, rightly or wrongly, as a kind of negative global citizenship. That globalization means massive immigration, it means fewer jobs for locals, it means multinationals overriding local and communal politics. So there's that tension where, in fact, the idea of global citizenship is seen with some hostility And you were talking about how within global citizenship itself, there are two different types of global citizenship, neoliberal and then more radical or critical. So it's clearly a complex problem. Why don't we turn to sort of one piece of advice that you would give to everybody attending this conference? When we go back to our schools or our universities, whether we're teachers or we're heads of school, what's one thing that you think we should do? What's a first step that we can take to enhance positive global citizenship?
So I think one suggestion or one something to put in discussion, particularly in secondary school and also at university level. I am really concerned about education that has meaning. That for me a big problem of education at secondary level, primary level, university is that we are making a lot of activity without meaning. So what I mean by meaning is that we need to move from instruction-centered learning to learning about projects, about questions that our learners have about unsolved social, environmental problem issue. So I think this is going slowly, but I think we do not have a choice. As an educational institution, we cannot keep the same paradigm that we had in the 19th century. But I must say that being at the university for a long time and institutions are conservative, and maybe we need more action to make our institution moving. But at least what's the issue about global citizenship? And I think we need to make our learning program open to the world. So when I say open to the world, the idea of the world starts at the door of our institution. We do not need to cross the ocean to have the otherness. The otherness is close to the door. The otherness may be in another region of the country, and the otherness may be in another continent. So I think this is very important that in our program, in our activity, we keep the door open. And it's not easy. Really, it's difficult because our institutions are under pressure about learning outcomes, about assessment, and assessment by number. So I'm not saying that assessment by number and that assessment is not important, that learning outcomes not important. I think it's very serious and important. But in my opinion, it's only half of the education. The education is not only about learning outcomes. It's also about meaning. It's also about solidarity. It's also about understanding the world. It's also about becoming a citizen of a nation, of the world, and it's also about intercultural relation. So I tried during my lecture to say that academic, scientific skills are very important, but we need to care about other skills and giving them the same level of importance.
Thank you, Professor Akari. So you took us back there to the importance of deep understanding, critical thinking, and inclusion, getting everybody involved for a more humane society. So maybe those are two things we can all think about from this talk and operationalizing global citizenship: criticality, deep thinking, and inclusion. What are we doing to activate those two? It's been a pleasure, as always, listening to you. I'm going to hand it back to Claire, the organizer.
Thank you very much.
Allez.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Abdel Jalil, and also to Conrad for that interaction. We're going to go to a very quick 2-minute break now, and then we'll have our next presenter on, Barbara. So we're very much looking forward to that. See you in just 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Thank you very much for joining us here in person and online. So now we have our next presenter. She's here already with us. Barbara, if you'd like to turn on your camera and your microphone. There you go. Can you hear us, Barbara?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Excellent. We can hear you too. Fantastic.
Okay.
This is one of the presenters we've been most excited about having here with us today, Barbara Arrow-Smith-Young. I'm sure she'll give her own proper introduction. Thank you so much, Barbara, for joining us, and we're very much looking forward to your speech.
So hopefully, this is one of the parts of my brain that doesn't work very well is running PowerPoint. So just tell me, let me just start here. So can you see the slides?
Can, Barbara? Yes. Just maybe if you could full screen the presentation, that might be a good idea. So it's just the presentation button on the bottom of your screen there to the right. A little further up in the white toolbar.
Here, right?
Yeah, so you have the slider on the far right, and then it's just the one to the left of it.
Sorry, so I've got share.
So we can see your screen. Actually, I think if you double click it, it should be full screen too.
Store down, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
So where I can see it is in the bottom right hand corner of your screen.
Bottom right.
Bottom right hand corner, under where it says Arrow-Smith program, you have your slider, and on the left of the slider is a tiny little icon there of a screen. So just to the left of the slider.
So Zoom, sorry,
Yeah.
I apologize
So,
here.
yeah, so the slider is fine. Just go straight to the left of it. If you bring it back to where it was, I think that's better.
Apologize to
Yeah.
everybody here.
No worries at all. And now just to the left of the slider, teeny tiny icon with a little, there you go, that's it.
Okay, sorry, yeah, it's behind my camera.
No worries,
is that-
we understand.
Is that the difference?
It should be in just a second. I think it's loading. It hasn't worked, so just give it one more click there and see if it'll work.
Maybe that I'm just on the wrong screen because I'm seeing my slides.
Okay, well, don't worry, Barbara. We can see it quite well now. The only thing is we can see the other slides on the left. So as long as you're okay with that, then that's fine.
I think the problem is I'm on the wrong screen, and that's not exactly what you want to see because I'm seeing my slides, but you're not. So that means I have to scroll down. Right?
Okay.
I apologize here. This is
no worries.
Yeah, I don't know how to switch screens. You don't know how to switch screens, like so that.
I'm afraid I can't see your other screens. So, if you want to just run this slideshow as a presentation, you can do that.
Okay.
So
right,
yeah.
I apologize to everybody.
No worries at all.
Yeah, my brother, who is my IT person, says that I'm a techno peasant, right? Like that's his description of me. Because I'm not really great at technology.
No problem at all.
Yeah,
Maybe have you tried just double clicking on the first slide?
No, it's not.
No.
See, I've got
Okay,
the
so you're in editing mode. All right, so why don't we try the top left-hand corner of your toolbar, the very top one there, and then just a little bit to the right. There we go. Does that work?
I think it's just because I'm on the wrong screen.
Okay. Okay. Well, we can see it quite well, Barbara. If you'd like to continue like this, it's fine for us.
Okay. Well, hopefully I can just scroll down, and
Yeah.
I apologize to everybody for that.
No worries at all.
Challenge.
Thanks very much.
Okay, sorry. So good afternoon. It's early morning here in Toronto, but obviously afternoon in Madrid. And I'm Barbara Arrow-Smith-Young. I am passionate about the human brain. I'm an educator, an author, a researcher, and I've dedicated the past 40 plus years to developing programs which are designed to enhance cognition through the application of the principles of neuroplasticity. So I started my work in 1978 with the initial goal to change my own brain. I had very, very severe and significant learning difficulties. I was identified in grade 1 as having a mental block. And I believed throughout my education that there had to be a better way to learn. My education was an incredible struggle. And so I came across two lines of research, one coming out of Russia, Alexander Luria, a brilliant Russian neuropsychologist, and coming out of Berkeley, Rosenzweig's work looking at neuroplasticity. And I combined those two lines of research. I believed if you could understand the function of part of the brain, that maybe you could stimulate that function and use the principles of neuroplasticity. And when I started my work, this was in 1978, the belief was that our brain was fixed. And the concept was that if you had a learning difficulty, really you had to learn to live within your challenges or your limitations because your brain was fixed and there was really nothing that one could do about it. And even at that time, you know, I was in school psychology studying, and all of my professors said learning difficulties had nothing to do with the brain. So not only, you know, there was no neuroplasticity, so you couldn't stimulate function, but the source of a learning difficulty was not the brain. I'm not quite sure where they thought it was, but at that point, it certainly wasn't the brain. My father was a scientist and an inventor. And he told me, if there's a problem in the world and no solution, he said, it's your responsibility to go out and find a solution. So this set me on a quest to try to find a solution for my learning difficulties, which was putting these two lines of research together. And I created 3 different programs for myself because I had multiple parts of my brain that weren't working. And once I saw the results, I realized, yes, there is human neuroplasticity. I figured if rats had neuroplasticity, surely humans must. And so when I saw the results, I thought I need to take this work out into the world to help others that are also struggling with learning challenges. And I document this journey in my book, The Woman Who Changed Her Brain, and there is a Spanish translation of that. And then I founded Arrowsmith School in Toronto in 1980 to help individuals struggling with learning. And then in 1996, I decided I need to take this work outside of just my school in Toronto, so began to work with educational organizations around the world. And currently, the program is in, I think, 13 countries in 100 educational organizations. And I'm thrilled to say last week I was in Madrid and visited SEC Santa Isabel and El Castillo, who are both implementing this work. And certainly I view SEC as a truly visionary organization. So what is our vision? Our vision is really to transform lives through enhancing cognitive capacities. And I think some of what the previous speaker was talking about in terms of being able to think deeply, critically, to really solve a lot of the challenges and problems that we have in the world today can be supported if we enhance cognition. So this is our vision. And if people know Norman Doidge's work, he was the author of The Brain That Changes Itself, and he's a research psychiatrist here in Toronto, and we're colleagues. He said that the fact that Arrowsmith trains the brain processors that make possible reasoning and rationality is arguably one of the most important positive developments one could imagine for our world with its complex problems. So today I want to talk about integrating cognitive programs into the educational experience of all students, what I call putting the brain into the education equation. And I like to think about, historical perspective. So if we think about educational practice over the past, 1 to 200 years, there's been an evolution. In the 1800s, the goal really was to educate individuals with basic knowledge and skills so they could be productive members of the workforce. And I call this the one-size-fits-all approach to education because what needed to be learned and mastered was paramount. The learner was kind of secondary. The learner was just really the receptacle to receive all of this knowledge and content. And then in the 1980s, with the work of Howard Gardner and Ken Robinson and others, education began to recognize that learners learned differently, that each learner had their own unique cognitive profile. And so this concept of differentiated instruction was born, that each learner needed to be taught according to their unique learning profile. And this became best practice. And in both of these models, the one size fits all and the differentiated instruction, the learner is viewed as a relatively fixed entity. And in the differentiated model, there's recognition that different educational experiences need to be provided. And I argue that the next wave of educational reform will be built on introducing cognitive programs into the classroom that drive neuroplastic change in the brain, which fundamentally changes the learner's profile. And I'll cover this a bit in more detail later. So if we think about the current state of education reform, again, these educational thinkers, Ken Robinson was, one of the leaders in this revolution, and numerous think tanks have argued that we must focus on individualization of the learning process, which is important. So we also want to foster curiosity and creativity. So the focus has moved from knowledge and content acquisition to the inclusion of learning skills and strategies, and to developing character qualities. And both the OECD and the World Economic Forum have posed the question, how do we prepare students today for an uncertain world where we can't predict the types of jobs or the types of skills or the types of knowledge that might be required? And each of these organizations have identified key elements that they see as essential for all learners. The OECD has got 7 elements in their process, and the World Economic Forum has 16 elements. And the World Economic Forum 21st Century Skills encompasses what the OECD is also talking about. So, they've got foundational literacies, competencies, and character qualities. And each of these competencies requires a range of cognitive competencies to master them. So, and underlying each of these cognitive competencies is our brain. So, again, that next phase of educational reform, I see it as putting the brain firmly in the education equation, where we prepare the student's brain to be able to handle the future complexities and uncertainties that we currently can't predict. So we argue change the brain, change cognition, change learning, change acquisition of academic skills, change social emotional well-being. And the end result of incorporating cognitive programs into mainstream education is a brain that is honed to reason, to think critically, to collaborate with others and their ideas, to be curious, to be agile and adaptable, to meet novel challenges, to be empathetic, to generate creative solutions, to have mental initiative, and the grit and persistence to see plans to fruition. Our brain is our greatest asset, and we know through the principles of neuroplasticity how to harness this asset. So for me, this next educational reform, which is our future state, is adding the brain into this equation. And the question that I pose is, what if we can change the brain of the learner through harnessing these principles, with the end result of fundamentally and significantly changing the cognitive capacity of each learner? And this is what we're doing with this whole cohort program that we have at Santa Isabel in Madrid. So if we think about our brain, really underlying everything we do over the course of the day is our brain. Whether we're talking, walking, scratching our nose, planning budget, leading a project, our brain is engaged. And I'm sure you've all heard that myth that we only use 10% of our brain. Well, as you know, that's not true, because over the course of the day, every aspect of our brain is called upon to engage. And if there's any part that's underperforming, it will absolutely have an impact on our functioning. Our brain fundamentally shapes who we are. And to me, what's fascinating is, this is Sperry's work, He won the Nobel Prize for his work in neuroscience. Every one of us has a unique cognitive profile. I mean, we have the same, cytoarchitecturally structured regions in the brain, but we have our own profile of strengths and areas of challenge. And this unique cognitive profile is how we engage with the world, how we understand ourselves, how we understand others, how we understand our relationship to our world. And because we work with a lot of individuals also that have learning difficulties, we've come to understand that as a cognitive load. This is where multiple cognitive functions come together at a level of challenge or difficulty to make certain aspects of learning difficult. If we think about our own learning process, we can all identify areas where we excel and others where we have some challenges or we tend to avoid. So maybe we don't have a good spatial ability and we tend to get lost and we can't read maps, or we don't pick up languages easily, or in some cases, maybe we miss subtle social cues in social interactions. And underpinning each of these abilities is our unique cognitive profile of strengths and areas of challenge. And in most cases, we can either work around these challenges or avoid these challenges, and they don't have a significant impact on our lives. However, in the case of a learning difficulty, because of this cognitive load, it makes it very difficult for those individuals to work around their difficulties. And if interested, there's a questionnaire on our website that you can go in and answer, and it will give you a snapshot of your cognitive profile. So, to me, what's most promising, and this is, where I started my investigations all those years ago, is this concept of neuroplasticity. And just means that our brain is capable of change. We can grow dendrites, we can make new connections, we can strengthen existing connections, we can grow new neurons, we can fundamentally change the brain's capacity to learn and to function. And to me, as I'm getting older, it's exciting that this happens throughout our lifespan. We've worked with children as young as 5 and adults as old as 90. So it's never too early or too late to change our brain. And we identify this as a capacity-based program. And it is kind of counterintuitive to education in a sense, because we're not teaching content, we're not teaching skills, we're not providing compensations or strategies. The goal of this work is to fundamentally enhance each individual's cognitive functioning, which changes the learning profile. So in a nutshell, the idea is targeted cognitive programs using principles coming out of neuroscience, which is differential stimulation. So you target the area that you're trying to stimulate or strengthen, and effort for processing. This came out of Tracy Shore's lab at Rutgers University, where you have to work that cognitive function or that part of the brain to make it process effortfully for it to change. And with this work, it leads to structural and functional changes in the brain, which flow into changes in cognition, changes in learning, increased social and emotional well-being, and increased academic and career success. So what is a cognitive function and how do they operate in the learning process? We've come to define a cognitive function as the job of a region of the brain or network of regions which are critical to specific aspects of learning. And the cognitive functioning works along a continuum. So someone can be gifted in an area, have an exceptional strength, they can have average functioning, or they can have an area of challenge, either mild, moderate, or severe. And the strengths and weaknesses of these functions come together to contribute to our own unique learning profile. And I've yet to meet anyone in the world who has all of these capacities at the same level. And to me, the power of neuroplasticity is that each can be enhanced, no matter where someone's starting on the continuum, and that these cognitive functions are the building blocks or foundational capacities necessary for various types of learning. So if we read, there are about 8 or 9 cognitive functions that come together to allow us to carry out the reading process. When we write, there are multiple cognitive functions that come together, and each of these contributes to that process. And if there's any one of these that's underperforming or underfunctioning, it will have a very specific and characteristic impact on learning that skill. And that's why we can see individuals with reading difficulties, and each one can have a different profile. So on this slide, there's some of the cognitive functions that this work can stimulate and strengthen. And the whole cohort program, the numbers beside each one of these are what we're working on in each grade. So we've selected a developmentally appropriate cognitive function for that age and for the demands of the learning task in that grade. So and the students work 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week in their regular academic class. And this is for all students, not necessarily students with learning difficulties. And this is what we're doing at Santa Isabel. So in grade 1, students work on a cognitive program that we call motor symbol sequencing. This is the cognitive function that's responsible for motor planning, and it's necessary for writing and for motor plans, eye tracking, and reading. Then in grade 2, they work on visual memory, which is critical for learning how to retain symbol patterns, which are necessary for reading or for spelling. In grade 3, we look at quantification sense. This is the capacity that allows us to understand number, to understand quantity, to do mental calculations, to learn our math facts, to time schedule, and it's critical for budgeting as an adult. In grade 4, the focus is on symbol relations or reasoning. This is the capacity underlying our ability to grasp concepts across all learning domains. This is to reason logically, to comprehend what we read or what we hear, and to understand cause and effect necessary for insight. We're doing a research study in Australia with young adults with addiction using this cognitive exercise. And what we're seeing is they're developing insight to be able to benefit from the therapeutic process as a result of strengthening this cognitive function. And then in grade 5, students strengthen symbolic thinking. This is what we call executive functions. This is the capacity that we need to think critically, to problem solve, to strategize, to dig really deeply into problems, to make considered decisions, and to have mental initiative. Then in grade 6, we shift to strengthening nonverbal thinking. And this is critical for perceiving and interpreting nonverbal information, which is required for social interactions. And then in grade 7 and 8, the program would focus on aspects of auditory memory for encoding and retaining information. So in each year, a different cognitive function would be focused on, and we've followed students 5, 10, 15, and up to 40 years out of the program, because people often ask, do you have to continue to do this work once you complete it? And the answer is no, because I believe what happens is once the brain is stimulated and that cognitive function is working efficiently within the neural network, it starts to get its own stimulation by being engaged in the learning process on a daily basis. If people are interested, there are a number of research studies, and they're all on our website. And in fact, we're doing research at, I'll get this, I'll mispronounce it, Universidad Camilo José Cela, as well as universities in Canada and universities in the United States. So these are all on our website, and I'm going to go into some of the research now, but I encourage people, if interested, to look at that. And if anybody, we have a global research community. If anybody's interested in joining our research community, please contact me, because I'm passionate about research so we can understand more of what's going on in the human brain related to learning and cognition, and how we can enhance that. So what is our current research showing us? We're seeing changes in connectivity, strengthening in connectivity in a number of networks in the brain, because we're doing imaging research. So we're seeing changes in the default mode network, the dorsal attention network, the salience network, and the frontal parietal or executive control network. And these are all involved in a number of processes which are really fundamental for learning. So things like attention, planning, problem solving, strategizing, working memory, which is, as we know, the ability to hold and manipulate information in our mind, which is required to perform various tasks. Cognitive control, processes that actively maintain behavior in the service of achieving goals. Comprehension, memory, The ability to take the perspective of others, theory of mind. This is critical for empathy. Self-awareness through the integration of sensory, emotional, and cognitive information, which is critical for emotional intelligence. Mental initiative, processing speed, and efficiency. And all of this is changing in the brain as students work through these cognitive processes. And one of the researchers explains why cognitive processing efficiency is important. She says, we don't want to always have to be doing maximal effort in our brains. It's just like our muscles. If your brain is fit and accomplished at a task, you should be able to dial it down, and that frees your cognitive resources to do other things. So more activation is beneficial to also all aspects of learning. And then it's great, the brain is changing, but how does that translate into cognition? So these are studies that were done at 3 universities looking at cognition on the Woodcock-Johnson, which is a standardized measure that we use here in North America. And we saw significant changes on all of these cognitive domains. So processing speed, auditory processing, attention, fluid reasoning, cognitive efficiency, working memory. And then in the summer of 2021, we added measures from the Cambridge Brain Science Battery and saw significant improvements on measures of attention, response inhibition, spatial planning, and working memory. And again, so the brain is changing, cognition is changing, and these are all essential cognitive capacities required for learning throughout our life. And then what about academic learning? What are we seeing there? So the brain changes, cognition changes. And what we've seen in our research is the rate of learning accelerates. So students start to double and triple the rate of acquisition of academic skills. And there's significant improvements, again, using the academic portion of the Woodcock-Johnson on things like word recognition, reading speed, comprehension, math in terms of computation, but also understanding concepts, and math fluency, ability to accurately and quickly complete math problems, written expression, written fluency, receptive language. So the brain is changing in critical networks with connectivity both within and between networks. Cognition is changing and learning is changing. And then also we look at social emotional outcomes. And what we're seeing over the course of an academic year is that students are reporting a greater sense of happiness and well-being, a more open mindset, an increased sense of locus of control. They start to see themselves as agents of change in their lives and in their learning process. There's an increase in their social and leadership skills. There's a positive trend also in the reduction of cortisol. So the students are reporting these positive social and emotional changes, and the body physiologically is responding through a reduction of the stress hormone, cortisol. So again, argue change the brain, change cognition, change learning, change social emotional well-being. And what are parents observing as their children go through this work? Improvements in oral comprehension, understanding and grasping concepts, engagement, which is looking at focus, attention, and mental initiative in the learning process, use of language, which is also improved vocabulary, emotional intelligence, and school performance. And then what are we seeing in this whole cohort? So this is, again, where students, as just a regular part of their school day, 30 minutes a day, are doing one cognitive exercise. So this was a study done in Australia. This is was a public school. They had 4 grade 1 classes. In one class, 30 minutes a day, they did the motor planning exercise, which is critical for motor planning and writing, but also eye tracking and reading. And the other 3 classes did traditional handwriting programs. And they pre and post tested the students on the WOLD test, which is a test to see how quickly and accurately can you copy material. And you can see over the course of the year, the students that were doing that 30-minute motor planning a day improved 85% on that test of accuracy and speed of copying textual material compared to 10 to 40% in the other classes. So, you know, as you're learning curriculum, if you're stimulating the brain at the same time, it accelerates the rate of learning. And then there were 5 students in kindergarten that were identified as being at risk for reading difficulties. And the school decided to put all of them in the class during the 30 minutes of motor planning. And 10 weeks into the program, all 5 students were de-identified. And again, because we're working on the brain area that allows the eye to develop motor plans for tracking and reading, it had that impact not only on writing, but on reading. So students without learning difficulties benefited, and students with learning difficulties benefited. And then this is a school in South Carolina in the United States. In grade 2, they did 2 cognitive exercises every day, again, just in their regular academic program. And they saw significant changes in reading, memory, setting goals, planning, writing, attention, comprehension. And then when these students went into grade 3, they were no longer in the program, and they were tested on a math accuracy test. They outperformed the grade 4 and 5 students. And they demonstrated a significantly greater willingness to tackle more difficult problems. And their teacher said, there's something about this work. It makes students excited to try something new. I would argue that it gives students the cognitive resources to be successful at trying something new. And then in Washington State, just outside of Seattle, a school made the cognitive program for reasoning as an elective in grades 6 to 11, so students could choose to do that. They used standardized measures, the California Achievement Test and the measure of academic progress, and saw significant gains for these students on academic measures, so comprehension, vocabulary, mathematics, language. And then the students reported changes that they saw in their learning. So 95% felt they were more able to grasp math concepts, faster at completing math problems. So the students were showing changes on standardized measures, and they also were experiencing changes in their learning process. In English, reading comprehension had improved. They could make connections between ideas more easier to take notes. Again, because we're changing the brain. We're not teaching skills or content. We're not teaching them how to grasp math concepts. The brain has changed to allow them to grasp math concepts. And then they looked at rating how they'd improved in general learning. And they were better able to follow instructions, more attentive, more self-disciplined, which we always want in our students. Their memories had improved. They felt more prepared for college. So again, standardized tests of academic performance changed, and their whole experience in education changed. And then this is a study that was done at Universidad Camilo José Cela. And this was with the reasoning program, first starting in grade 3 with students doing it 40 minutes a day, just over 3 months. And they found significant gains in visual spatial ability, attention, executive functioning, planning abilities. And then in the subsequent year, they moved this into grade 1 and found significant changes in visual spatial numerical ability. And we're continuing to collaborate together on research. In fact, last week when I was in Madrid, I met with the researchers to look at some measures that we're going to add into measuring the outcomes of this program. So again, this can work for individuals struggling with learning difficulties, but also all students can enhance cognition. And just really quickly, because I don't want to go over my time, this is what some of the researchers are commenting on that are engaged in this work. And I started saying this is a capacity-based program. We're not teaching content or skills. And the researchers at the University of British Columbia say there's a story here about cognitive efficiency, which includes working memory and attention and learning, the capacity to learn new things. And I think that's the greatest gift that we can give our students, is enhancing their capacity to learn. At University of Calgary, where we were looking at students with learning difficulties, they saw that if we're strengthening the underlying cognitive functions that underlie the learning difficulty, we improve the academic skills learning. So it's not by compensation or teaching the skills, it's by changing the cognitive functions that allow the individuals to learn those skills. And Southern Illinois University says, yes, there is neuroplasticity as a function of this work. This work is activating and functionally changing areas and networks of the brain. So again, it's targeted cognitive programs, this differential stimulation, effort for processing, which leads to changes in cognition, learning, which flows out to the rest of the individual's life. And what do I dream of? I dream of a day where school becomes a place where children go to learn. They have to have certain knowledge, they have to have certain skills, but as they're learning, we strengthen their brains simultaneously, which then gives all students the opportunity to engage in programs to enhance their cognitive functioning. That beginning in grade 1 and up through university, cognitive exercises become a part of curriculum, and that so all students can learn with ease and joy. They can learn effectively and efficiently. They can not only dare to dream, but actually have the cognitive wherewithal to realize their dreams. And to me, this is a perfect marriage between neuroscience and education. It's cognitive enhancement for all. Anyone can benefit, and we can all improve our cognitive functioning no matter where we are on the continuum. Even if we're average, we can bring that up to it being a stronger ability, or if we start with a deficit, we can move it up to average or a stronger ability. And if we think about, I view our brain as one of our most important aspects that, and just as our brains shape us, we can actually shape our brains. And one of the biggest challenges that we face globally is, again, how to educate children so that all students have access to the best programs and tools that will support lifelong learning, not only for students who are struggling, but also just for those who wish to enhance their cognitive ability. And I believe that this idea of putting the brain into the education equation with this whole cohort program can achieve this. Students enhance cognitive capacities that are critical for understanding and analyzing complex abstract relationships. They think critically, they can be flexible in thought, they can retain information, they can accept and consider other points of view. And these are really critical, essential abilities required for all aspects of learning across our lifespan, and also to great learners that are curious, that want to go out and solve a lot of these problems and challenges that we're facing in the world. So how can we prepare students best for an uncertain future? I believe it's through cognitive enhancement. One parent kind of summed up this work, I thought, very beautifully. She said, my daughter used to have to borrow my brain to solve problems. Now she can use her own brain. So if you're interested, there's a 5-part webinar series that's on our website. It's Shaping Our Brain, How Neuroplasticity Can Enrich Our Lives. So if people are interested in kind of a deeper dive, I encourage people to access that webinar series. And then there's a series of books, my book, which also is translated into Spanish, Norman Doidge's The Brain That Changes Itself. Chapter 2 is on the work that I developed. There's a children's book called The Brain Pioneer, which is written by Howard Eaton, and he also wrote The Brain School, which is more for academics on the nature of this work. And The Brain Pioneer and Brain School, he's kindly made available as free downloads. So if people are interested, they're again on the website. And then there's all of the research that has been done. So I welcome and encourage people to explore this work, because I really think it is the future of education. It is our brain that mediates our relationship with the world. And if we can enhance cognition, we can effectively change and enrich our relationship to that world. So thank you, and I apologize for how the slide showed up. So just want to thank you for sort of bearing with me. me, and I'm open to any questions if people have questions.
Thank you so much, Barbara, for that. Really fascinating, really interesting stuff there. Soon we'll open the floor to our really good mindfulness program, and there's lots of research that's been done showing how mindfulness activities basically actually can improve also cognition and reduce stress and anxiety. So I think exercises. There are all sorts of apps out there now. Any kind of mindfulness activity is a great way to reduce anxiety and stress, and widely available. And you know, in terms of what's happening in the brain with stress, I like to use this kind of analogy that stress is like an acid bath to the brain and also to the endocrine system. You know, so anything you can do to reduce stress is really good for your brain, and also just good for your general physical well-being. I didn't mention there's research with individuals with learning difficulties. They tend to have an increased incidence of disease and physical illness. And I believe that it's because of cortisol and because of that impact on the immune system. If you have a learning difficulty, you can't escape stress, because every day you walk into a classroom, it's incredibly stressful and anxiety provoking. No matter how much your parents say you're amazing or your teachers say you're amazing, that's not your experience when you're struggling with learning. So the research has shown there's a correlation with physical illness and physical ailments, and that's why I'm passionate about addressing learning difficulties very, very early, so that negative impact doesn't happen. I developed an autoimmune disorder, and I believe it was directly related to 26 years of living with a very severe learning difficulty. So mindfulness is really, really, really important. You know, there's also walking meditation, going out and going for a walk. Whatever you can do to reduce stress, please do it. You're doing benefit to your brain and benefit to your endocrine and immune system. The two main things there would be to practice mindfulness and go for a walk to reduce stress. Is that right?
Yes.
In a nutshell. Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Does anyone here have any questions that they'd like to ask Barbara? Yeah. So you can shout it out if you want, or you can come up.
Could you ask Barbara? First of all, I'd like to thank her for her intervention here. It was very, very interesting. And I'd like to ask her, because she's talking about mindfulness, she's talking about exercise, what her views are on language learning for people with learning disabilities.
Okay. So it's actually our next presenter here. Fiona has a question for you, Barbara. She says, thank you very much for doing this presentation here today. And her question is, what are the effects of stress on people? Sorry, Fiona, I'm afraid I've lost the question.
My question was that Barbara spoke about mindfulness. She spoke about exercise
Mm-hmm.
as a way of reducing stress. Could you ask her if she has any experience, or she could give me an insight into language learning
Mm-hmm.
or helping people with learning disabilities?
Okay, excellent.
Empowering people with learning disabilities.
Okay, so the question, Barbara, sorry about that, is do you have any experience or insight with language learning for empowering people with disabilities?
Foreign language learning.
For foreign language learning specifically.
Yeah, that's a really, really good question. There is part of the, I mean, there's probably multiple regions in the brain. There's speech discrimination. If you can't discriminate speech, then it's very hard to learn language because you're not really clearly hearing the speech sounds that go into language. And then there's what we call Broca's area in the brain, which is really critical for the phonemic processing of language. And if there's a difficulty there, it absolutely impacts language learning. I had that difficulty, and in Canada we study French, and I took 4 years of French, 2 in high school and 2 at university. I can read French, but I never mastered the phonetic spoken aspect. And even in English, I mispronounce words and I have to think a lot about the words I use. And we put that program into Jewish day school in New York City, where they learn Hebrew, and Hebrew is an incredibly phonetic language. And what we saw as students worked on the Broca's program for phonemic processing of language, they accelerated their rate of learning Hebrew. So definitely the brain has significant impact and relationship in terms of learning language. And that's just my understanding at this point. If there's a significant part of the brain that is related to learning language that is problematic, as in my case, it will certainly impact learning the language. So again, if we put cognitive programs as a normal part of curriculum, those components will be addressed in the students' educational experience. I mean, to me, that's why I think it's so powerful if in every grade students are doing a specific cognitive exercise while they're learning. Because what do we learn with? We learn with our brain, we enhance cognition. It will open possibilities for learning, whether it's language learning, whether it's mathematics. I work with a lot of adults who come to me who feel that their career was chosen for them because a lot of doors were closed, even though they were intelligent, but because of their learning difficulties. Those doors, and one of those could be learning another language, could be opened if those had been just addressed as a regular part of curriculum, starting in the early years in schooling. So I'm passionate about marrying neuroscience with education.
Very much, Barbara. So I'm afraid that's all we have time for today. But thank you very, very much, Barbara, for joining us. We pulled Barbara from her bed at an unreasonable hour this morning for this presentation, and we very much appreciate that, Barbara. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. Thank you very much. And we're just going to take a short 5-minute break now, and then we'll be back with the next presenter. Thank you. Good afternoon, welcome back. Thank you very much again for joining us here at our conference. So our next presenter is Fiona McFall. So she's another countrywoman of mine, fellow countrywoman. She's another Irish woman, and she's going to speak to us today about multilingualism. So you're very welcome, Fiona.
Thanks very much, Claire. Thank you. Shall I come on up? Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Oops. Okay, guys, so how are you? My name is Fiona McFall. You know that because I'm your teacher. Victor is my colleague. So today I'm going to talk to you. This is a very long-winded title, okay? So I'm not going to explain the title. I have very little time. So I'm not going to explain the title to you. I hope it'll become clearer as we go along, okay? So, first of all, the contents of this presentation today are the English language today, the state of the English language, people learning the English language, people speaking as native speakers. We're going to talk about multilingualism and bilingualism. If you don't know what attributive bilingualism is, I'll explain it to you as we go along. Recessive bilingualism and language attrition, which means language death, when languages become extinct. Stigma, you probably, maybe, you guys maybe, you know, really can't link that together for the moment, but I'll explain it to you. And different educational solutions for all of this, okay? So first of all, hands up here who speaks English as a native language, your first language. Just Claire, okay. Who else speaks English? You all speak English because you're my students, right? Who speaks English as a second language? You do, come on, hands up, all of you. Yeah, okay, all right. So, if you can see here from this map, the color scheme isn't very good now, it's not very visible here, but if you can see, the green areas up here are where English is spoken as a first language, okay? Here you have this person, Katru. He talked about the inner circle heritage of the English language. Now, linguistically speaking, that's a bit complicated, so I'll explain it to you in simpler words. It means people who speak English, like me and Claire, as a first language, okay? So, there are more people like you, as we can see in this room, learning English as a second language than there are, like Claire and me, who speak it as our first language, okay? There are also a multitude of different varieties of English. For example, the English that's spoken in Europe in a context, in a university or in a multinational company is very different to the English that is spoken in India, for example, in that self-same company, okay? All right. English, as you know, is used interculturally and internationally. And here, this is a very interesting point, I believe. These transcultural flows of the English language can be called a translingual franca. For example, English is a lingua franca, as you know, no? It's a language that is used, it's a working language for many, many different countries. But because we have this transcultural flow, so many people from so many different places speaking English, it has become a translingua franca. Still English, but different variations of English. Do you get me, guys? Yeah? Okay, fine. All right, and if you want to dive into this, you can read Penny Cook, a linguist, okay? And see all about this, the state of the English language today. Okay. Now, here we're going to talk about attributive bilingualism. So put your hands up again, you guys who are studying English as a second language. Come on, put your hands up. All right, okay. Now, put your hands up, those of you who suffer with your English as a second language, who suffer, who don't like learning English, who have problems. Okay, Victor. The rest of you? Okay, I hope I can see that at the end of the year. You have problems? Okay, fine. All right. Now, this is because the bilingualism that you guys are experiencing, being bilingual in English, is called attributive bilingualism. What does that mean? It means that if you know one of the majority languages, like English, German, French, it means it will only be an attribute for you. Socioeconomically, you will have more prestige, better job opportunities, etc. Okay? So, why learn English then?
Because, and why does this attribute of bilingualism happen? Well, first of all, because migration and acculturation. I mean, what type of movies do you guys watch? Where do you watch the movie? Do you watch movies on Netflix? Do you watch American series? British series? Okay, so you're becoming acculturated. That's the reason why you are wanting to learn English, and you have to learn English. Migration is another big point. People going from Mexico to the US must learn English. If not, they won't prosper. The internet is very important, the media and market forces, okay? Music industry, culture, etc. And we have very powerful countries speaking very powerful languages. What does that give you? Prestige. No? Okay. All right, now, another question. Anybody here from Catalonia, Basque Country, Valencia? Okay, where are you from? The Basque Country. Do you speak Basque? Okay. Would you say that's your first language? Definitely not. Why not? Did you learn it as a baby? They don't speak Basque. Okay, do you have friends who speak Basque? No, not, okay, so you really don't have an idea. Okay. Sorry? Sorry? It's school, okay, all right. Okay, so Basque, for example, is a minority language. A minority language means that less than 50% of the population speak this language. Okay. It's a minority language, but it has more prestige, for example, than Sami, which is a European minority language. These are the Sami people. They live in the north of Europe. Okay. Because these people, like the Sami people, speak another language, which isn't, for example, Norwegian, they suffer from a phenomenon called recessive bilingualism, which means their own native language decreases, goes down, whereas the language of the country that they're living in, for example, Norway or Sweden, goes up. That's called recessive bilingualism. When one of your languages goes down to the advantage of another. Do you get me? Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay, fine. Okay, acculturation also. For example, if you are Sami and you live in Norway, you have to learn to speak Norwegian. Okay? All right. If you live in Catalonia, you have to speak Castellano. No? Okay. So, here we start to have problems because when the bilingualism is recessive, it leads to a phenomenon called language attrition, which means the language becomes extinct. The language dies, and that's a problem, a big problem for different reasons. I don't have time to go into all the reasons now, but I will explain some of them to you. Excuse me. So what are the reasons for language attrition? Migration and acculturation. Exactly the same thing, but on a different level. And if we look at two different terms, we have assimilationist ideology as opposed to preservationist ideology in language learning. Okay, let's go back to the example of a Mexican family moving to the United States. Okay. The ideology there is that they assimilate the English language in detriment to their own native language, which is Spanish, no? So this preservationist ideology in language learning needs to be improved. We have to improve this in schools. Another big problem for language attrition is the speech community, the people who speak these languages, are marked as being a socially subordinate group. Look at the Sami. The Sami don't have the same social status as an everyday Norwegian. No? You get that, no? Okay. And all of these factors lead to language and indeed cultural stigma. Okay, so we're going to talk about Catalonia, okay? Catalonia raises hairs here in Spain, especially Madrid, okay? So, Catalonia is official language spoken by about 50% of the population. It's compulsory until secondary education. It's a university requirement. It's a dialect of Catalan. And at the moment, it's experiencing a romantic revival. What does that mean? It means that people want, especially in Catalonia, people want to speak Catalan. Okay? So, one good thing about Catalan, even though it is a minority language, is that the region of Catalonia has excellent language policies. The Sami don't have excellent language policies. We in Ireland, you know, one of our languages is, apart from English, is Irish. We do not have excellent language policies. That's something that has to be worked on. However, on the other side of the coin, we have stigmatization in this language. Why? Because people think of Catalonia. People think of people speaking Catalan, and they think about nationalism, a desire for an independence from Spain. It's seen as people who have no attachment to Spain, and it causes rivalry. Have you ever seen a football match between Barcelona and Madrid? Woo, terrible, no? You've seen that, no? A lot of rivalry, okay? All of this, stigma, more ideas about stigma. What is stigma caused by? It's caused by politics. The politicians are happy that there's this rivalry between Catalonia and Madrid. They're very happy. Because if you're thinking about the language policies in Catalonia, you are not thinking about the electricity bill that's getting higher and higher and higher. Okay? It's caused by the market forces, by the language policies in the education system. Again, this belief that indigenous speech communities, and here we're talking about the Sami, not so much Catalonia. I'm explaining Catalonia because I think you will understand it better. And power relations. If you have a look, here's a little map here of the different languages in Europe. You can write to the Council of Europe and they will send you this map free. Okay, so you can see all the minority languages in Europe. Okay, so let's look at the minority languages in Europe, all right? Fortunately, the Council of Europe has organized a European Charter for Minority Languages, which protects and promotes the minority languages in Europe. Fortunately, I say fortunately, because a lot of these languages are in danger of extinction. And one thing that's very important for the European Charter for Minority Languages is that language is not political. It is not ideological. It has nothing to do with Barça, Real Madrid. Nothing. Language is a cultural right. A cultural right and must be preserved. It's not a particular political right. And, very important, it should never override the national language. Catalan should never override Castellano. And it never will. You know, it never will. But it must be preserved. Catalan is only an example, okay? So, now we're going to move on to another idea that's in the title, which is called covered prestige. Who's this guy in the picture? Who's this guy? The coolest guy on earth, no? He's really cool. Do you like Obama? Yeah, he's really cool. Okay. So, covered prestige is when you speak a language and you feel proud to speak this language. Does anybody speak any other language that is in Spanish or English in the group? Oh, yes, Claire speaks Irish. Okay, how do you feel when you speak Irish, Claire? Very proud. No? Do you feel different? Do you feel cool? No, why not? Why not? It's not traditionally a cool language, yeah. But it's getting there, no? Okay. Victor spoke to me before this presentation about Canada. In Quebec, people speak French. And the people from French-speaking Canada speak Québécois, which is very different to the Parisian standard French. And they are so proud of that because it's cool. They have their own music. They have their own bars where they speak in Québécois. Okay? So here are some points about covert prestige, okay? It's always related to the vernacular. It means it's the language that the people speak. The people speak on the street. It's not academic. It's considered to be of high linguistic prestige by the members of the speech community. And you can contrast this prestige with the majority languages. It gives you community membership and pride of association with local culture. I do not speak Irish, unfortunately. I would love to, but I don't, you know? Okay. Oh, sorry, I wanted to show you a photograph, thing. How do I do this, Claire? I wanted to show a video, but maybe I don't have time. Okay, all right, so in this video, check it out. You can see Barack Obama speaking in a Jamaican Creole dialect in Jamaica, and the crowd goes wild, okay? This is also covered prestige. All right. Okay, so what are the solutions on an educational level for all of this? And why is it so important? Because we need to promote the heritage language of the speakers in bilingual education. We need to get the media involved, okay? We also need to take the focus away from subtractive bilingualism, which means Sami isn't important, Sami's really important, Irish isn't important, Irish is really important, and move on to additive bilingualism. So it's an attribute if you speak Spanish, Catalan, and Basque. It's an attribute if you speak Norwegian and Sami, okay? It's not a hindrance, it's not an impediment. And we must remember also the cognitive benefits of speaking a language, which I haven't even touched on here, okay? All right, so how do we do this? We have to get the family involved. We have to get the family involved in the language planning. The only reason a language survives is through intergenerational passing on of the language from mother to son to grandchildren. That's the only way a language will survive. Doesn't matter how much people speak it in the schools. It's very important to get the family involved. And of course, we must promote this cultural awareness of the people we live with. We must give them the prestige they deserve. We must adopt this prestige as our own, because if we are going to be European, pluricultural, culturally aware citizens, we need to respect minority languages. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for that, Fiona. That was really interesting. We'd love to hear, I'd listen to that all day, to be honest. We'll talk about it after. Thanks very much. So our next presenter now is Angeles. Angeles is another lecturer here, like Fiona, at the university, and she's in the education department. So Angeles has, you have the clicker just there. Angeles has a workshop for us today, which we're going to do with some of our students which are here. And you can also participate online if there's anything you'd like to participate with. On the YouTube comments section, we'll be there, and we'll let Angeles know that what you're saying in that section. So I'll hand it over to you, Angeles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you. Thanks. Hello, everybody. Well, as she has said, I'm Angeles Bueno. I'm professor here as well at the university. I am presenting today how to deal with high ability students in a school. I'm going to focus in two different methodologies. One is a cooperative learning, which is one of the methodologies that develops skills that we need, the students need in the 21st century where we live. And the second methodology is differentiated teaching, how to approach, how to deal with these students, how to meet their needs. So this is what we are going to talk about: inclusive education, high ability students. I would say high ability students first. Inclusive education, characteristics of cooperative learning, how to organize heterogeneous groups, regarding that we have 50% of students which are normal, some of them who are struggling in the school, and another 50% who are, well, very intelligent and can do it very well at the school. So these are some of the things that we are going to talk about. Okay, so I'm going to introduce these two concepts here. So we have different models to assess and giftedness in the schools. Giftedness, do you understand this concept? Gifted, talento, con alta capacidad. Giftedness, alta capacidad en general. So now the concept that we use is high ability students, to define better, properly, this concept for this sort of students. The model that we used to use, to employ, was to assess with a test, with an intelligence test, and the IQ. Do you know what's the IQ? The CI. What's that? That's it. The intelligence quotient, el coeficiente de inteligencia. And if they reach 130, it was supposed that that person is a high intellectual ability student. Si consiguen un 130 en un test de inteligencia, es una persona de alta capacidad intelectual. That model, we have got rid of that model. We don't use it anymore because it is better to use to assess the talents, to assess different factors or different aspects where people are intelligent. So, are you intelligent in mathematics, in calculus with numbers?
Oh, no, I don't.
You feel that you are not. Okay, but what about, do you like reading? Yeah. Do you write? No. No, you don't. No. Okay, but you enjoy reading a lot. Yeah. So we can say that you're an intelligent person, but in language, in that multiple intelligence. So there are some other models. One of the models that we use in Spain is the one by Castelló, that to define that a person is a high ability, intellectual ability student, he defines that she or he should get 90th percentile, un percentil 90. Or if she is a talented, a 75 percentile. But if he's a talent, for instance, a very intelligent person, for instance, he, we are going to suppose that he's very intelligent. He's a high ability student. And I've given him a test, and he has got 70% in everything. In everything. So I could say, okay, he's a high ability student, but she has got 50% in maths, but 75% in language. I could say, she's a talent. That's the difference between talent and high ability students. Okay, so what happens in Spain? These are the numbers taken from the Ministry of Education. In this statistics are from 2016, and they are it is supposed that 3% of the population in every country are high ability persons with higher scores in intelligence. But what happens that here in Spain, we only assess at the most 1%. And 1% in one of the regions or the autonomous communities, which is Murcia, and it's the highest. 1% of diagnosed persons. So it is very little, but we know that we have students. And in every class there are some students, very intelligent students, that we need to meet their needs. What are the methods, the techniques that we can do in schools? The most common technique is acceleration. Do you know what's that? Acelerar, una aceleración. What's that? Aceleración, cuando se ha diagnosticado una persona de alta capacidad y se le acelera de curso. Yes. So, we accelerate high ability students when they are diagnosed, and we have assessed them, and we know that they have covered all the contents and competences of that school year. So they passed on to the following cycle. He jumps one school year. So that's the most common in Spain, but there is another one, which is curriculum compacting, which is much more interesting. Because that person can be with the same age students. He can be with his colleagues, but he can have adaptations of the curriculum. And that's what we are going to focus now. So these are the methods: inclusive, cooperative learning, and differentiated teaching. I would like you to read now a little bit. And this is, we are going to introduce a cooperative technique. I'm going to give you a text to read. And we are going to do this technique, what I know and what we know. So I'm going to give you a piece of paper that you are going to read it. This is a puzzle, a sort of puzzle. No. Vais a trabajar en parejas. Entonces, a una cogéis una de esas hojas y la otra esta otra. ¿Eh? A ver, entonces. Vale. So, you are going to work in pairs, you are going to read it, and you talk to your pair and share the information. Share the information. And at the end, one of you is going to explain which are the main principles of cooperative learning. What is what we are pursuing, following? What is what we want to get in our students? The principles, the main characteristics of cooperative learning. Okay, so begin reading. And those students who are abroad, I have a link that you can use it. Claire, I've sent you the link. Could you upload it, please? Okay. Claire is going to share the link in YouTube. That text is in English, so you can read as well the principles of cooperative learning.
share the information at top.
So Angeles, she has to tell me what she has read, and I have to tell her what she has read? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And in English?
In whatever language you want.
Okay. Vaya, me estás dejando muy mal, ¿eh?
Pero luego lo tenéis que contar, ¿eh? Luego hay que contarlo. Al final. A primera hora la pareja. Y luego lo ponemos en común. So we talk now in pairs. And you share the information. And later on, we explain it to all of us.
Okay, which are the main characteristics of the cooperative learning? Nerea, in whatever language you want to talk.
Yo te
Por si sentías vergüenza.
Vale,
María
yo te
lo
lo
sabe
cojo.
todo.
Vale, pues hay 5 puntos. Joder, qué mal se me escucha, ¿no?
No, se te va a ir bien. No, bien.
Vale, pues a ver, el primer punto es pues aclarar lo que va a ser el trabajo y los objetivos que hay que hacer y pues que todos los alumnos sepan que es beneficioso para ellos y para todo el grupo. El segundo, ¿hago todos? Vale. El segundo es la responsabilidad individual en el grupo, que tienes que hacer tu parte del trabajo para que todos lleguen al final. Y dentro de este está el progreso del trabajo en general y los esfuerzos individuales de cada miembro. El tercero...
No, eso no, porque no lo lees. Lo que yo te he contado.
Vale. Espera. Pues que el tercero es que los alumnos del trabajo deben realizar el trabajo juntos para estar más presentes en él y así poder hacerlo mejor. El cuarto es que... un segundito.
Es difícil acordar, ¿eh?
El cuarto es pues que a pesar de que en un grupo van a haber conflictos, porque es difícil, pues que pues seguir tirando hacia adelante, porque si uno no hace la parte, al final nadie llega al objetivo. Y el quinto es la conclusión, que es que si la nota conjunta, pues que si alguien hace menos, pues se le van a poner la misma nota a todos.
¿La evaluación?
Sí.
Vale. El anterior era la responsabilidad y el último ya es la evaluación.
Sí.
Que también se puede hacer una evaluación colectiva e individual, para controlar que no haya siempre el jeta al cara dura,
Sí.
que se aprovecha
El
de
polizón.
los demás. El polizón. Ahora vamos a hablar de eso. Is there anyone who wants to talk and explain it? Okay, so let's move on. So this is the signal for silence. Cooperative groups, as you have seen, we try to talk all the time and share information. So that's why we usually talk. But we need to talk very, very low. So that's the first signal. I'm not going to shout at any time. I'm just raise my hand and you raise your hands. So all of us speak low. So cooperative learning is not something new that has arisen now, because it began in the 1980s with the movement of the dynamics in the groups. There are some authors such as Kagan, Johnson, Holubeck, Slavin, and here in Spain, Pujolas, who has written a lot and done, Marzano as well, and done a lot of research, very good, nice pieces of research about cooperative learning and the good results it has. Marzano has a brilliant research about the results of cooperative learning and how it improves the results of the students. But it increases in a 25%, and that's a lot. That's a lot. It's not a magic receipt to teach and solve all the problems, but it is one of the strategies that we are going to use to attend the diversity of students that we have in our classes. It's not simply working in groups, because you have read the 5 principles, and the main one is the interdependence. You can create your own strategies. Meanwhile, you try to keep on and to focus on that, the interdependence. Create the interdependence between the students, between the members of that pair or among the group, the members of the group. It is a way to organize learning, students, activities, classroom, evaluation, assessment, to address the diversity that exists in the classroom. I'm turning around to move with my computer, and I have it here in my hand. So it develops social skills. You have been talking, you have been communicating with each other. It is a way of peaceful resolution of conflicts, because sometimes you need to talk and to communicate your ideas, to defend your own ideas, and it's a way of learning how to solve conflicts. It's flexible and dynamic because we have many different strategies that you can use. In pairs, in groups, you can use roles. So there are many ideas to use. Fosters autonomy of the students and self-regulation. They are the owners of their own learning. They are the ones who are going to self-direct when learning. And it increases information retention. And why? Because if you read it, you're going to, well, read it for yourself. So you are using visual and auditory processing of information, the way of processing the information. So if you read, if you attend a lecture like today, you are going to listen to it. So you are going to retain 5% of the information. If you read it, watch a film, or someone demonstrate it, you can remember up to 30% of the information. But if you are trying to using your hands and discussing it, practicing doing it, or teaching it to others, you are going to retain up to 90% of the information. And this is what we usually do with these sort of techniques, because most of the time we need to teach the other person. Have you learned it? Do you know how we can proceed, how we can go on? So I've told, and you have read about the interdependence. Sometimes we use techniques, we give them, for example, we give them different problems, mathematical problems, and they need the solution of the first one to continue with the next one. The solution of the second one to proceed with the third one. But all of them, all of the members of the group need to know how to proceed. That's the interdependence. Okay, so, and this is when they teach to others. So they try and remember, trying to explain it to other people. What are, you have read, the characteristics of the cooperative learning, and what we have done is a very, very small puzzle, el rompecabezas. So I give you different information to each student, and you share that information. I've only given you two pieces of paper, but sometimes I give you different sources. And there are some nuances between one text and the other. So you need to discover them, and you need to talk to explain them. So this is a very small rompecabezas. So these are the characteristics that you have been reading about. Positive interdependence among all of the students, face-to-face interaction, because you are talking to that person and you are developing social skills, individual accountability, you are responsible of the things that you are doing. You are the things of that, you are responsible for achieving that project or achieving the result of that problem, or whatever the task it is. You are also developing social skills, and at the end we do a self-assessment of the process that we have followed, if we have been cooperating properly, if we have been working for the group, because, well, positive interdependence is the basic element of cooperative situations, since it establishes the difference between group work and cooperative work. So, o todos o ninguno. All, we win, all of us, or nobody, if we don't cooperate. So this is the idea. So that's the way we organize the groups, to get this idea. So positive interdependence, it can be divided in these things. Goals, because we share the goals, the tasks. Sometimes we share the tasks, but some others we have different tasks. It's member of the groups. And what happens when we have high ability students, that we can give them more difficult tasks to do. Huh? There is a positive interdependence of resources, functions, because they have different roles within the group, identity and celebrations or rewards. I'm going to move on. What happens? The stowaway effect or piggybacking, that's it. When someone is, saying that she is working or he's working within this group, but in fact, he's not doing anything. Are you not fed up of that sort of person? You're fed up of that sort of person who doesn't work and gets the same mark. What are the things that we can control to know who is the person and detect that person? For instance, we can randomly tell the students to speak up. So she can explain what we have been reading about cooperative learning. So if she speaks, I am assessing her. I know if she knows what she's speaking about. So to work in small groups, if they work in small groups, we know, because they complain. If there is someone who is not working, they complain. So we detect them easily. We can evaluate individually and the group. Sometimes I tell my students, okay, you are going to do a mind map. Do you know what a mind map is? Un mapa conceptual. Okay. I tell them, you're going to do a mind map. Okay. But you do it alone, at home, and next day we share it in the class. And you do another one, a group one. And there is a huge difference between the thing that the mind map that they did at home and the one that they have done in the classroom. And I mark both things. So they have their own mark, la nota que obtuvieron del primer mapa conceptual, they have the first mark, with the individual map, concept map, and the second mark. So that's the way of controlling it. And they can observe the others, the students observe the others, and they also do a self-assessment, because they can have a diary, a cooperative group diary. They write every day how they are working, or at the end of the term. Okay, so how we organize the students? We need to attend to different factors: personal factors, social factors, and performance, results, if they are getting good results. And we need to organize these groups with much care. We organize the basic team, the one who is going to work for a term or at least 1 month. But sometimes we can organize sporadic groups. I tell them to, okay, let's join this way. And I may arrange the group in a different way. So, sometimes when we talk, we have the students this way. But what I usually do is to place one of the students with a high performance, that get good marks. I place him here or her here, and 2 students with medium marks, medium performance here, and another one with low performance here. So this person may be the person with high ability student, the high ability student. But these ones, this may be a pretty good one, not a middle one, also a good one, because I want him or her to be close to a person with a proximal zone, but very near. regarding the concept by Vygotsky. ¿Conocéis el concepto de Vygotsky de la zona de desarrollo próximo? Proximal distance zone. That's the idea. These two persons has the lowest distance between them. So if they speak more or less with the same language. If I could explain something to you, I have a more conceptual language. It may be for you much more difficult to understand me than if one of you explained to each other, because your proximal zone of development is much closer. That's the idea. So, all the tables, looking at the whiteboard, and these are the phases of a normal classroom. Presentation of the knowledge, presentation of activating previous knowledge, presentation of contents, and we have done mini puzzle. Information processing, we can use pencils in the center or cooperative peers. Stop 3 minutes. I'm going to explain this. In one of the conferences where I was, I listened to the Ministry of Education of Singapore. And you know that in Singapore, the students get the highest marks in mathematics. And this person told us that they always did use this strategy. Stop for 3 minutes. So the teacher, the teacher of mathematics began to explain and explain and explained. And he stopped for 3 minutes. And he allowed the students to talk in pairs. So to check the understanding, if they have understood it properly. When they had realized that everything was crystal clear, the teacher moved on to explain something more difficult. Okay, so this is, you know that this strategy, use it in a country where they get excellent marks. Well, this is a book that you can look for it because it has all of the strategies that I have been explaining here. And what can we do with our high ability students? How we can differentiate the teaching and the learning? We can assess previous knowledge because some of them may already know what we are going to teach them. So it's important to assess previous knowledge. So these are some of the strategies that we can use. A conceptual map, a flowchart, a diagram, or problem solving, or an essay. If a result is equal or greater than 80% of the knowledge of that unit, we need to do curricular extensions. It has no sense to repeat the same to that student. We need to do something different. And what can we do? So we know that we differentiate. We are different in knowledge, in learning styles, in interest, aptitudes, intelligence, cultural background, etc. But nothing that the teachers give me fits me. Neither. Okay. Carol Ann Tomlinson, who is a very well-known writer, she says that the teacher plans proactively and carries out various approaches to the content, process, and product of teaching, anticipating and responding to differences in aptitudes, interests, and learning needs. So we know that we have high ability students in our classes. Always, at least we have 3 students per percent. So how many high ability students have you known along your life? How many people? You have known a lot of students, but they told you that they were high ability. They were gifted. Very few. Very few have been diagnosed. but there are quite a lot of people who are very intelligent, and we know it. So instead of waiting till we have the diagnosis, it's much better to intervene. So this is what she says, to organize the learning, the teaching, according to aptitude, interest, and learning profile. And well, this is a chart where we can differentiate. Bloom's taxonomy, this is very old, but it makes a lot of sense. Davis and Ream suggest that we can adapt the Bloom's taxonomy this other way, and to emphasize these higher order abilities for the students with high ability, for high ability students, to instead of trying to do tasks that they have to remember, understand or apply, to focus on analyze, assess, and create. So active methodologies, project-based learning, problem-based learning, case methods, or case studies are much nicer to use with this sort of students. So now, I would like you to guess what are the levels implied in these tasks. Imagine that you have been chosen as the president of Spain. Write a poem or song describing how you will be a positive influence for Spain. Which ability is implied? Remember, understand, apply, analyze, and assess, or create? Write a poem. Which is the ability? Which is the ability? Again. Remember, understand, apply, analyze. What is he or she doing? What do the students have to do? Apply. Imagine that you have been chosen as the president of Spain. Write a poem or a song describing how well you will be a positive influence for Spain. Is it very difficult to write a poem to convince people? Is it difficult or easy? Is it a higher order thinking or lower order thinking? Higher. So it should be, one of these three. Create. Make a list of the important information you know about democracy, anarchy, monarchy, dictatorship, government elections, freedom, and Greece, classical Greece. Is it easy to write a list? Is it easy or difficult to write a list about a list of the important information about democracy, anarchy, or, well, you are suggesting that it is a lower, no. Remember. It is remember. Okay. To what extent are democracy and monarchy similar? What is the difference between them? Democracy and monarchy, which are different ways of governing governments. They are different. And this other one, imagine that you travel from classical Greece to Spain. What differences could you find between life in democratic Spain and classical Greece? These are similar, but they differ in the government, because this is the same sort of government. So, one is apply and the other one is analyze. Many people immigrated to the United States or Australia because they thought that their democracy could bring them freedom. Does democracy ensure freedom? What's that? Is it a higher order or lower order thinking? Is it easy or difficult? Yes, you need to do some research. Yeah. And the next one, make a flow diagram of the important steps that you know about the electoral process in Spain. A diagram, a flow diagram. Understanding. When we do diagrams, mind maps, we try to understand things, to not compare, but to make connections with things, and that's understand. Yeah? And the other one, this is assess. So this is a higher order. And what these authors mean is that we can use higher order abilities, higher order skills with the students. So analyze, tell them to do tasks that imply analyze, evaluate, or create, because otherwise they are get bored. And boredom with a person who is very intelligent is awful because they have talent for everything. So some of the things that they can do: creation of a new and unique products by combining elements of understanding, recognition of elements of patterns. What changes would you recommend? What could happen if whatever? So these are activities or examples of questions that you can use to organize different tasks. Tomlinson uses this image, the equalizer, to equalize education and to equalize teaching for the students, to how to organize different tasks to differentiate teaching for the students. You can do the same in the same class for everyone, but you can talk about the same topic, but with different levels of difficulty. So that would be the way of differentiating. For instance, the content can be more fundamental or innovative, concrete or abstract, simple or complex. And this way you can differentiate it. For instance, an example, to make a classification of animals according to the skin cover, if they have feathers or fur or escamas, scales. Or to infer how environmental changes affect the skin cover of different animals. How is the fur of the polar bear, and how is the fur of the bears that live in the Pyrenees? Or how is the fur of the bears that live in the osos panda, the panda bears that live in China? Are there differences? Because the environment affects everything. Yeah? So that sort of activity, we are dealing with the same topic, with the same theme, but we are differentiated teaching for high ability students. We can also deal with multiple intelligences. Because as we have seen, there are some students who have talents and differ from the others in those talents that can be related to these multiple intelligences. We can ask the students very simple things to guess what are their intelligences. So who can hum Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, or who can do a dance step, or things like that. We can assess multiple intelligence this way. Other strategies to differentiate teaching, so for instance, are pre-testing or pre-evaluation and compacting the curriculum. Renzulli is one of the main experts in high ability students. And what he usually does is compacting curriculum. He assesses, he usually does a previous assessment of the students and what they have learned, and he makes a deal, or they negotiate a contract with the student and decide between the student and the teacher where the contents and how they are going to learn it. Maybe using problem-based learning, using a project method, or a case study, or some inquiry, another method. But they negotiate how they are going to do that amount of contents or topics that they need to learn, that they haven't learned it so far. And one of the better strategies is to organize project-based learning, because that's an active way of learning that high ability students are, well, their style of learning is much more in accordance to this way of learning. So now this is about the importance of assessment and fair assessment, because no one can be assessed in the same way. So we need to assess the students using different methods. We can ask them to speak up and to explain it orally. Sometimes we need them to write an essay, some others to do a test. But it's important to assess the student in very different ways. So we have different sources of information. So these are ways of authentic assessment that you can use. Ideas to do a final project that we can also use, for instance, to design a website or web page, organize a collection of paintings, deciding as if you were the director of the museum, to write a comic or to draw a comic, or so at the end the students self-assess themselves, how they have been working, and okay, so this is what I wanted to tell you today. Is there any question? Okay.
One question before you go. Thank you very much, Angeles. That was very, very interesting. Thank you very much. Thank you. My question is, when you talk about evaluation, evaluating a group as a group and individual evaluation, does that actually mean distributing their final mark maybe between 3% for the individual mark and 7% for the rest of the group? Or are there other strategies to do that? Because sometimes as a teacher, I find it very difficult to evaluate the group when I know there are people in the group who don't do any work. Can you give me some tips there?
What I usually do is to have different pieces of information. So sometimes they are working in groups.
Yes.
And if you want to assess only that essay that they have been done in group, I also tell them to self-assess themselves in their diaries or in their portfolios, and to assess the way they have been working as a group. For instance, they, at the beginning of the school year, they write their own objectives to work in groups. I want to prepare very well this subject and learn these basic concepts. And I also want to learn to write the essay among the members of the group. Okay, they write some objectives. And at the end, they assess themselves. They also have different roles but I haven't spoken about the roles. Moderator, speaker, coordinator of the tasks. So there are different functions, and they self-assess themselves in those tasks. So there is a qualitative assessment to that group, but I usually give them the same mark there. But I have another sources. So sometimes I tell them, this activity is individual, so you write. You can, for instance, if they have to do a sociogram, it's one of the activities that my students do. They write the report themselves because I want them to see how they write and if they have understood what they are writing. So they report, they can work together, but they write it themselves and alone. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Angeles, for that workshop. It was very interesting and we learned a lot of new techniques there. So we're going to take for lunch, just a break now for lunch, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock with our final presenter. Thank you very much. 4. Hello, good afternoon, welcome back. So we're back here with our final presenter of the day. As you can see, he's on the screen behind me. This is Lucas Oldenburger. There he is. You're very welcome, Lucas. Thank you very much for joining us. Lucas is joining us from the Netherlands today. He's a first-year student of education, and he's written a very important document a few years ago now while he was still at secondary school. So he'll give us a proper introduction and he'll tell us about that. Thank you very much for joining us today, Lucas, and I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think I'll share my presentation. So I'll just take a look. Hopefully you'll see it now. Can you see it?
We can see that fine, yes.
Yeah, and now full screen?
Yep, we can see you full screen.
Okay, that's great. Well, I'll start then. My name's Lucas Oldenburger, and I'm a student in the Netherlands at the University of Groningen. I study at the Dutch Academic Teacher Training Program and Pedagogy, and I am a first-year student, and I'll talk about fostering inclusive learning environments for LGBTQIA+ students. I am studying to become a primary school teacher myself, and I just graduated high school last school year. And for my graduation at high school, I wrote this handbook, LGBTQIA+ School Policy for School Boards and Teachers. You can see the front page and the table of contents right there. I wrote this for my graduation, and I wrote it based on many research. I interviewed students, I interviewed teachers and principals, whatever they need. And it's also based on my own experience. I am a transgender man, so that means that I was born in a female body, and I am a man. I also take hormones and went through surgery to make my body fit better with who I am. So based on my own experience and on this research, I wrote this handbook. I also give many trainings about this topic, mostly to school teachers for primary, secondary, but also sometimes university. It's you can use the information at like all schools in all school levels. And I'll share a bit about this handbook with you. I am also working on publishing this handbook with a publisher. I think it will publish at the beginning of next school year. It's written mostly in Dutch now. I also have it here, so I did it in Dutch. But if there's enough interest, I'll also publish it in English, but that's not sure yet. You can see the table of contents on the right. I'll talk about those things. But at first, I'll start with a brief explanation about gender identity and sexual orientation in general. You can see here on the screen the genderbread person. It's a like a cookie man. And it's pronounced metrosexual.com. It's not mine, but it's a nice way to show you the difference between gender identity, gender expression, biological sex, and attraction. Your biological sex is what most people know. It's what you were assigned at birth, like with the sex characteristics with which you are born. So in my case, that was female, but I am a man, and that's my gender identity. Your gender identity is the most, is the one about at the top. So you can see these two blue arrows. One is about womanness and one is about manness. And the thing is, all these things you can see here on the screen, they aren't binary. So not everyone is a man, like fully a man or fully a woman. And these slides are made so you can define your own gender identity. So you can see some examples on the right with a man who says, like, my man is about a bit more than halfway, and I also have a bit of womanness in me. but my gender identity is man. And you also have a woman. She says, I don't have any manness in me. I'm a woman. There are many different options like two-spirit and genderqueer. These are just some examples, but a broad category for most other gender identities is non-binary. So it's, as it says, it's not the binary man or woman. Most non-binary people identify somewhere on this spectrum of womanness and manness, and it's different for everyone how that is. But it's important to note that these things aren't binary, and you can be whatever on this scale. So it's different from biological sex, and that can also be not binary, because some people are born with some male sex characteristics and some female, and these people you call intersex. So even biological sex isn't binary, but your biological sex doesn't define your gender identity. Your gender identity is who you really are. It's how you are in your head, how you define your own gender, and you're the only one who can define this. Those two things are very different from gender expression. Gender expression is the yellow one, and you also see two scales there for feminine and masculine, and your gender expression can vary around that spectrum. So your gender expression doesn't define your gender identity or your biological sex. Like, long hair is something we typically see as feminine, but there are lots of men with long hair, so their gender expression might be a bit more feminine. These gender expressions are pretty much based on stereotypes, on gender roles, so I don't really like to say that wearing a dress, for example, is feminine, but it's how it's defined on this gender expression spectrum. So it's how society at this moment interprets gender norms, and it would also be great if we could change that. But you can be whatever you want, and it's more about how you dress, how you style your hair, how you act. It's all part of your gender expression. And even if you express yourself fully feminine, you can still be a man, and the other way around too. And non-binary people, so who have gender identity as non-binary, they also don't have to be exactly in the middle of their gender expression. They can present fully masculine or feminine and still be non-binary. The thing most people know is sexual attraction, and it's what we most of the times talk about when we say that we like someone. So a boy who likes boys or girls, that's your attraction. You can see here that it's separated into sexually attracted to and romantically attracted to. When we are talking about this, about when you like someone or want to date someone, we quite often say that it's the sexual attraction, but we mostly refer to the romantic attraction if we're talking about that. Because the romantic attraction is who you love, who you want to date or want to be a partner with, who you want to be in a relationship with. And your sexual attraction is more about when do you get aroused, or who do you really like in that way. And these things are the same spectrum for many people. Many people are heteroromantic as well as heterosexual. So these things are the same for many people, but not for everyone. Like asexual people don't experience sexual attraction most of the times. But because of that's different than romantic attraction, they can still want to date someone, want to be in a relationship. These things are totally different. And it's also possible that, for example, a man is sexually attracted to a woman, but romantically also attracted to men or women too, or non-binary people. There are lots of options. All these things together, they shape you, the gender-breath person. these 5 skills, they define who you are and your mostly your sexual attraction and gender identity. So when you're figuring out who you are, you can also use this as a tool to better understand yourself. Because this all isn't only the binary, inclusive language is important. Something we teachers mostly learn at our own education is when you're talking to your whole class and they're working on their own, and you just want to get the attention of everyone because you want to move on with the lesson. You say, boys and girls, or ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. But this is only the binary. As I just said, there are many more people and not everyone is only a boy or a girl. So what you want to try to do is make this language inclusive. And there are a few examples for that on the screen, like dear people, students, class, group, darlings, friends, children, or lovely people, whatever you want. And quite a few primary schools also give each group own name. So, for example, they have an animal theme in the old school, and like this group are the elephants, and these are the dogs. So you already have a group name, and you can use that name to address the whole group when you want to get their attention. I think the best thing to do in this case is ask your group. Hey, at the beginning of the school year, say, hey, how should I call you all? Like, how do you want to be called when I'm addressing you as a whole group? And there are so many options for that. And most kids, they actually really enjoy being a part of deciding this because they can decide this on their own. It's a nice group activity. Most of the times they love it. So just ask them. This also goes for when you're addressing just a specific group of students, like girls in the back or you boys. It's the same. So you're addressing multiple people. So try to use more inclusive language, like people in the back, or just say one of their names and they all will look at you. Or say where they are in the room, or by their clothing, or something else. There are so many options to do this. A thing that most teachers say to me when I tell this is, in my class are only boys and girls. I can see it on the chart. But that's not always true, and you might not know it. Not every student is out of the closet at school. And so you might not know if someone isn't a boy or a girl, and they might not have told you yet. And even they might not know it themselves yet. That's also an option. It's what I experienced myself when I was still in primary school. I didn't know that I was transgender yet, so I went through life as a girl. And every time my teacher talked to me and a few of my female friends, they addressed us all as girls, and it still hurt me. I didn't even know back then why. I didn't really know that it was the word girl that hurt me so much, but it did. And because I couldn't even understand it myself, I couldn't tell my teacher, so they didn't know. And for that, it wasn't wrong that they did it, but it shows that you don't know as a teacher, and it's best to make all your language inclusive. And because we learned this different for many years, and you probably teach for many years, it's very difficult to change things like this, but it would be great if you would try it, because it can actually help and it can make a difference for many students. Another thing which is quite about the same theme is pronouns. Pronouns are like he, him, she, her, they, them, or many other pronouns are possible. So he, him, and she, her are the ones we most often use. But non-binary people often use they, them, and not only non-binary people, everyone can use them. What I hear often is they, them are for plural, but that's not always true. Say you're in your classroom and everyone's leaving and you're on your own again, all the kids are gone. But there's still a jacket on the chair. You see it and you say, someone left their jacket on their chair. And you don't know who it is. So you already use their. Gender neutral pronouns for a singular person. It's already in the English language. So it's the same way you can use it for a singular person who uses these pronouns. You replace he or she with they, and him or her with them, and also his or her with their. So you'll say, they walk there, they are walking, and they are eating their apple, and I'll give this book to them. You just replace the he, him, or she, her in the sentence with they or them. This is also an option in many other languages. In my own language, Dutch, we also have different ones for gender neutral language. And it's also becoming more often in languages like German and French and Spanish. I know that in Spanish, many people are using ella or ellas now. And because in Spanish and many other languages, all adjectives are also gendered. And in Spanish, they're ending in o or a. So many people end these in e. So it's not bonito or bonita, pero bonita. And it's not that known yet. And it might feel a bit weird, but it's becoming more often used more often. And it's a great way to refer to non-binary people and make the language more inclusive. Another thing about pronouns is that you can't see when you look at a person what their pronouns are. That's to do with the gendered person. Pronouns most often talk about gender identity. And the thing is, gender identity doesn't always match with gender expression. The only thing you can see when you're looking at a person is their gender expression. So it's not their pronouns that you know because of you're looking at them. And the only way you can know this is by asking them. So many people also really like it when you're asking what are your pronouns instead of are you a boy or a girl? That's the last question. Often people don't really like that. So a better way to do this is asking what are your pronouns? And even better is just introducing yourself first with them. I'll say, hello, my name's Lucas. My pronouns are he, him. What are yours? This is also great to do when you're introducing yourself to everyone. It's something even I still am getting used to, so I didn't even do it at the start of this presentation, which I should have done, introducing myself with also my pronouns, because I know that you can't know them when you're looking at me. It's also why I put them at the bottom of my emails. So in my email signature, you also always state your name. It's at the bottom of the screen right here. And after my name, in between brackets, I'll also always say he, him, or in my own language, sometimes. This is because you also can't see someone's pronouns by looking at their name. And that's the only thing you can see from me in my emails. So I'll share them with people so they know how to refer to me. This is something you can use in the classroom really easily. You can, at the beginning of the year, ask everyone their name and their pronouns. And everywhere where you meet someone new, you can introduce yourself with your name and pronouns and ask their name and their pronouns. Also, a way to do this in the classroom is this form right there. It's a form that you can give at the beginning of the school year or more often, because these things can also change within a year. Like I once went through life as a girl, and it changed to become going through life as a boy, as a man. And but I'll advise you to give everyone this at the start of the school year. So it says, what's your preferred name? So the name you use, and it's your actual name. And what's your legal name? Because these things can be different. My name was once another name. And Lucas is my preferred name. It's my name. But for a long time in my own school years, my legal name was still different because I hadn't changed my passport. So in all school administration and in all charts, it said my legal name. And because this is the only thing you'll get as a teacher, this is a great way to ask all your students if you should call them something different. You can also ask their pronouns in forms like these. And I think it's a great thing that under the pronouns in this form, it says, outside of this space, should I use your preferred name and pronouns with your? Because some students might be out of the closet and be themselves at school, but they don't want to share it yet with their parents, and they're sometimes scared to, or they're not ready yet. There are so many reasons for that. So when you're then talking to the parents of the child, you should use different pronouns than maybe in the classroom. That is sometimes the case. And also with other teachers or the students, there are many different options, and actually quite a few people don't come out of the closet everywhere at once. So there are different situations in which you can use different pronouns. And I would also add to this form about the name, because that's the same case. Many people use a different name at school than with their parents or something. About the administration, I would say as a school board, you could also give a form like this at the registration when someone joins the school. You can ask them all these things, and it would also be great if you could add it in the administration of the school, so all teachers immediately get the new preferred name of the students. In the Netherlands, at least, most programs for the school administration already have an option with name different from legal name. And things like these are amazing to accommodate these students' needs. Gender Sexuality Alliance. As I said, I just graduated my high school, and on this high school, I founded a Gender Sexuality Alliance. It's something very many countries have already. It's like a national organization, and students or teachers can start them in their own schools. A Gender Sexuality Alliance is a group of students who come up for the rights of all students, and especially for LGBTQIA+ students. So I founded it, and I said to all classes, at this time, in this break at school, I will be in this classroom. And if you want to join, come over and take a look there. So that went great, and we started to do that every week. So every week at the same break in the same classroom at Friday, we got together, and we just had lunch together. And when I graduated, I asked the students from my GSA, what did you like the most about this Gender Sexuality Alliance? And most people said the ability it gives to meet people like me and to just hang out with people who understand me. And it's not like we talked about being gay very much. It was just we already understood each other, and when it came up we talked about it, but we also talked about many different topics, and we're we just became friends. And apart from this, we also talked about more serious things, but mostly like school policy and what do you want to change here in this school. That's what I asked the students. What should we change? What kind of things don't you like in the school? And there are many things they came up with. I'll talk about that later. Another thing we did is organize these days, like Coming Out Day. It's the 11th of October. And Purple Friday, that's in the Netherlands, the second Friday of December. But I saw that can change in every country, so you'll have to look that up yourself. And in Idaho, at the 17th of May, and that's International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, Transphobia, all that stuff. And Coming Out Day, so in October, it's a day about celebrating who you are, about showing that everyone is accepted at your school. Purple Friday is kind of the same, but everyone comes to school in purple. So the two pictures on the right are from Purple Friday at my school. We decorated the whole school to be purple, and we asked all students, and mostly, very important, the teachers too, to come to school in purple. And that's great because for me, all the teachers I saw going to school in purple, I knew that they were a safe space. So I think it's a great way to know that you're accepted at the school. And International Day Against Homophobia is more about standing up to bullies and showing that we don't tolerate that at this school and everyone should be themselves. So one thing students of my GSA came up with is the toilets at school, because we only had gender toilets, were only for boys or only for girls. And many students were non-binary. So where should they go? Which toilets should they use? Many people say just choose the one which you like best. But for example, when we should do that with another way, like we say we have men's toilets and we have toilets for non-binary people, where should the women go? They shouldn't just choose the best fit, right? Because they don't fit in either. So it's not a great option to say that. And it's better to create a toilet for them. So a gender neutral or gender inclusive toilet where everyone is welcome. And you can also do change all the toilets in the school to become gender inclusive. So it's almost like the ones you probably have at your home, like everyone can get in there. These things are separated spaces with a toilet in there. It's quite like all the toilets we know, but without the sign on the door for this is only for men or this is only for women. But you don't have to take it that far immediately. You can also add a third option, which is gender inclusive, that would already help a lot. And it is important because research showed, I can't name the research right now, but most students who don't fit in with either of the bathrooms or of the toilets, they don't go to the toilet at all at school. So the whole school day, they're just holding up their pee and not going. And even worse, most of these students even don't drink anything at school. They don't take any water because they're scared they have to pee. And you can quite probably imagine that it won't be nice for how good you can work and do your schoolwork, because you probably need to pee or you need to drink water. So it is a problem, and it will influence the school, how these students can learn at school, and also their well-being in general. There are also many people who have gotten injuries or sick because of holding up their pee or not drinking anything. these toilets are also useful for binary transgender people who, for example, don't feel safe yet in the toilet of their own gender. So I came out in high school, in secondary school as transgender, but I didn't immediately go to the men's toilets because it was still scary and you don't always feel safe or welcome in there. So this would also be an option for them. Another thing about toilets is when you have men's toilets and when transgender men like me go in there, some transgender men still menstruate. And most men's toilets don't have any trash bins in there. So when you need to change your menstrual products at school, you go into the men's bathroom and you can't throw it away. So you need to go throw it away at the canteen where everybody's eating or something. And they don't want that. And school also doesn't want that probably because it's just not nice. So it's great to put trash bins in all of the men's toilets. Men will probably use it a lot. And trans men for their menstrual products, and cisgender is like not transgender, it's cisgender, then you're cisgender. Cisgender men probably will also use it to just throw their stuff away. If you don't put these in every men's toilet, try to at least put them in one toilet at each part of the building, because it will help. And quite a few trans men who menstruate will not go to school the whole day because of this when they're on their period. A thing that's quite similar to this is with physical education, because you have changing rooms here, and these are also binary. Where should non-binary people change? There are some options. You could add some separate changing rooms or make all changing rooms separate, because most students at this time don't like changing with each other in general. But you can also, most schools have a separate changing room for the teachers, for the gym teachers. You can also allow some students who don't feel safe in either or don't feel welcome in either changing room to allow them in that changing room. There are many options to do this, and I think it's best to just ask the students what they want. Another thing about physical education, it's on the screen right here, it's that most games involve boys versus girls, and this is also important for other subjects, because in many games you will use this. But here again, the same question, where do non-binary people belong? And what would you do if you're non-binary and the teacher says boys go to this side, girls go to that side? Most gym teachers say choose whichever you like the best. But as I explained earlier, that's not a great option. And also for closeted transgender people, binary transgender people, like I had this situation where when I knew that I was transgender and I wasn't out of the closet yet to my class, and it would feel awful to go with the girls, but they expected me to do so, so I couldn't just go with the boys. So it put me in a very awkward situation, like what do I do? And also, as I said earlier, you don't know if everyone is a cisgender boy or girl in your classroom. So you wouldn't know if this gives someone problems, and also if you might not know it. There are quite a few more things about physical education, but I'll just move on for now. Diversity. This is just about try to include diversity in all classrooms at all subjects, and not every day, just talk about it on everywhere in each subject, let it pass through, and Yeah, also in smaller things, just include the diversity. Like you can give specific lessons about this topic. Like there are many lesson ideas for languages. You can talk about the gender neutral pronouns, or you can read literature about this topic. For the for maths, you can talk about famous math persons who were gay, people who were gay, like Alan Turing. You can explain about them, and you can, for other subjects, which do we have more? Yeah, you can read a lot of books about this subject, and that's also for primary school. For secondary school, there are so many books on this subject where transgender people play the main character, or gay people play the main character, but also books where it's just in the book but not mentioned at all, like a book about a girl who has two dads, but that's just normal, and we don't really talk about that a lot, and the book doesn't mention it, but it's just a normal thing. And I think it's great to include both of these books in your library. Like normalize it by just mentioning it in a book, but it isn't the main subject. But also books which are completely about this subject, like you have a writer, Alex Gino. It's their books I just read. It's a book called George, with which they are going to name Melissa in the next edition. It's about a trans girl at a primary school who's playing in a school play. It's a very normal story, but it also plays a big important part that she's a transgender. And from the same author, it's a book called Rick. And Rick is a boy at I guess, secondary high school. And he has no clue who he loves. Everyone around him is talking about, oh, this nice boy or this nice girl, or look at them. And he doesn't feel that way. And some children also have this. In this world where we specify that loving someone is great and everyone's always talking about it, when you feel like that, but no one else mentions it, it can feel very weird. So this book is great for that, and for letting your students know that it's a normal thing. And if eventually in the book he discovers that he is aromantic, so he doesn't experience the romantic attraction I talked about at the beginning. And having books like that will represent many different people. So it will show children options of who you can be, who other people can be, and it's just great to have them. But apart from these, also the books which just mention that you have two moms, or that someone's in love with the boy, a boy's in love with the boy, and just use both of these kind of books. And it's also the same for in your lessons. As I said, there are so many things you can actually teach about a subject that's linked to this theme, but you can also just mention it lightly in the lesson. And for example, in your math questions, there are also many stories, like they're going to the shop and buying this, and you need to get the equation out of the context. You can just make a story up about two dads buying something. Just that's enough. Just so you mention it often, and as often as other relationships. It's just a normal thing, and we don't have to talk about it, and it's just something that's normal. So that's a great way to normalize it. And also with pictures in your lessons, try to use pictures of two girls holding hands or something. Just getting the diversity in different ways, and teaching the students about it in this way too. especially for sex education, it's also important to talk about this a lot. So sex education mostly talks about how can you do it safely, but it's also only about how can someone with a penis and someone with a vagina do it safely. And sometimes it's mentioned like homosexuality exists, and quite often it's not even that much more than that. And this is such a great opportunity to teach children about the possibilities, about the sexual orientation, about gender identity. You can use the gender bread I used at the beginning or some similar thing in your own language. And so you can teach them about it, because many people didn't discover who they are because they didn't know it existed. And when you're teaching it at school, some students will think, hey, that's me. I can recognize myself in that. And some other students might not think that way, but might get more understanding about, for example, homosexual people. And more understanding also helps for more acceptation. Many people who act weirdly to homosexuality don't know a lot about it. So when you can teach them more about it, they will mostly often become more accepting. Another thing I said is how to do it safely. Try to always also explain how you can do it safely when with just two penises or just two vaginas. And also notice I'm using the genitals because I'm only talking about the genitals. What their gender identity is isn't important in this context. So I won't say two men because not all men have penises, and it's not important for this context to know that they are men. It's just about the sex. So you need to talk about the genitals. Another thing with sex education is that sometimes being transgender is explained a bit, and I experienced that myself. My teacher was teaching us about transgender people, and she said this girl, she wants to transition to being a boy. She wants to be a boy. And to be a boy, she has to take testosterone and go through surgery. And then her gender identity will be changed. And this isn't a great way to say this, because you're not talking about a girl who wants to be a boy. You're talking about a boy who is born in a female body, and he, not she, but he needs to take testosterone if he wants his body to match more with who he is. And so he doesn't want to be a boy, he is a boy. And that's a big difference in just your language. But it can matter because you're teaching it. And if you're teaching it the right way, your students will also say it that way and will be more accepting. So try to talk about a transgender boy with he, him pronouns, and he is a boy. He needs to take testosterone if he wants his body to match more with who he is. And the other way around too, but transgender girl, she, her, and also teach your students about non-binary people, because that's also often forgotten. And try to use the they, them pronouns in that context. Then I'll have a few things about school policy, but it's quite different in every country, so I won't say much about this. Because in my own country, in the Netherlands, we got a new law school year, and it's actually the law I based my whole handbook on, and I researched it a lot, and it just says that in every year of a student who is in school, so in every grade that they're in, they need to learn something about this topic. And not only at biology for sex education every year again and again, no, but in different subjects. So you need to come up with it in multiple classes in different ways. And in every year, you need to talk about this topic and make them more accepting members of society. It's a law we have here, and also a lot of social, how do you say it? Acceptance, and just that you can be yourself, and also anti-bully laws. And all these laws say something about this topic, and that you should include lessons about this topic. And these laws they have in many countries, that you need to make it a safe space, a safe learning environment for all students. And these things can really help with doing that. Well, I think that is the end of what I had prepared. I don't know if there are any questions. I am willing to answer all questions you have.
Thank you so much, Lucas, for that. We really appreciate you giving that talk. Lots of information there, some really useful tips, and the work you're doing is really fantastic. Hopefully it'll make a lot of people's lives easier, especially those in education and schools, primary schools, secondary schools, universities. It really is very relevant to all of those levels.
Yeah.
Questions wise, I wanted to just ask you, what if you could just kind of sum up in a nutshell, if you have say a primary school teacher, for example, who doesn't really know where to start with this. Of course, the best thing would be to read about it. But if tomorrow, so for example, they had to go into a class and they didn't, somebody had told them that there's a student with a different gender identity or something like that, what would you advise they do? Just they have to go in tomorrow. What should they do?
Well, I
Just to
think
summarize
an easy thing to do is include the inclusive language. So don't start your day with boys and girls, but try to say students, or try to come up with them together with them to say something to call them. And you can also teach a bit about their gender identity, but try to ask them if they even want that. Like, do they want to talk about it, or do they want you to teach something about it? And or not, or just do it, take it as a completely normal thing. Yeah, if there is a student in your class, I would ask them like all kinds of things. Just ask them. Most people will find it very nice if you just ask them, instead of just trying to do your best on your own. And if it's not specifically a student in your classroom, but you just want to do something with this topic tomorrow, yeah, I would also, of course, say the inclusive language, but also just these small things of it, including the diversity in your classroom, like a story about two men, or take a look at a whole lesson about this topic. There are so many ideas online. I mentioned a few, but there are so many lists and ideas with what you can do for a specific subject. And in primary school especially, you can just use it in the language classes, just talk about it, talk about the topic, or search up some books. There are lots of films and books about this topic. You can read something about the book in class and talk about it with your class. You can, I'll take a look at my book. You can try to make other ways of making teams than boys versus girls. That's something I should talk about there. I said, try not to do boys and girls, but you can do many other things. You can also ask them again, but you can do it based on age, based on hair color, on clothing, or name, the alphabet. Use the alphabet to separate the groups. Give them all a random number generators, team generators, or make something. Try to come up with something funny, and most of the times they even like that way more than just the basic boys versus girls.
Great. Yeah, those are all really great suggestions. So basically it's kind of representation, inclusive language, and letting the student lead. Would you say that's
I think that would be the
there's 3 points to take away from this?
Yeah, I think so.
Great. All right. Well, thank you so much, Lucas, for joining us and taking time out of your day. I know you have a lot of studying and all that kind of thing going on for university. Thank you very much for this really, just really informative talk. It's great to have the topic, talked about now, and it's wonderful to just hear, sort of a success story that you were able to write that book and that it was accepted and yeah, that it's been taken on board. So thank you very much, Lucas.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, you're very welcome. Okay, so this brings us to the end of our first annual International Teacher Training University Network Conference, and what a great way to end it. So thank you so much to everybody who presented today and who spoke, whether you were in person or online. Thank you so much to our tech team who have been here all day helping us, and everyone who came along and who's been joining us online. Thank you so much. We hope to have a website up soon enough to be able to share with you, so you can log on to our website, the ITTUN website. Whenever we have it up and running, we'll make sure to let you know. Thank you so much, and to our partner schools, NHL Stenden in the Netherlands, the University of Geneva, and Durham University in the UK. Thank you so much. I hope everyone who's joined us has enjoyed our talks today and our sessions. And once again, just thank you, and we'll hopefully see you again next year. Thank you. Good afternoon.